everybody. Welcome to the, hopefully you didn't drown in anticipation, but welcome to our, welcome to Is a Long Story, our thrice weekly campaign set in the beautiful and homebrew world of North Imea. We are working with our Tuesday group. What's this?
New Moon?
I missed
New Moon.
No. What?
This was North Imea.
Oh, gotcha.
Finger.
I said North Imea.
Finger. This is a finger.
Screw me up, man. Screw me up. We are in North Imea with our awesome Tuesday crew, the New Moon. Everybody look at the camera and say hi.
Hi.
We are jumping into our assumedly last couple sessions, at least, most likely, depending. Who knows what happens. But in the land of Ore, the golden city of Ore, underneath the hollow mountain of Raven's Rock. So to go into details of what happened last session, Chelsea, whenever you're ready.
I gotta read through my own notes. Okay. So we kind of did a montage over 6 days that we were in the city of Ore. Our Drider friend helped us carry our Cerberus puppy, who doesn't fully have a name yet, back to the city. Let's see, I took some notes about the city. The general atmosphere of the city was slightly more relaxed and welcoming. It seemed that we had ended the curse that the city was under. Picked up kind of a more cheerful mentality. The guards were very closely guarding the queen to make sure we didn't bring anything back with us, which I might have. We're not sure yet. So let's see. Slagtand went and spent some time with the Cerberus puppy and wrestled with the puppy to show the big mean head who is boss. Slagtand's boss, as it turns out. And he had a very in-depth conversation with the queen about what it means to be a leader. Adim went and visited the pup and gave him some water and food. And then spent time hanging out with the common folk in the city. Tishian also went and visited the puppy to feed him and talked with Slagtand about what needs to be done to kind of train this Cerberus puppy, what it means to teach it to survive versus what it means to love the puppy. I don't know what word I wrote there, so we'll see there. Green spent time exploring the city. I didn't write down what I did, but I know that I tried to start a concert in a church.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Tried, you did.
I tried to get people involved, and they didn't want to. So I did that. Adim met Valindra, who is a drow. I wrote very creepy, but potentially not dangerous. Nethra has a P scar carved onto his face. We're not totally sure what that means yet. We all decided to have a little sleepover down in the Cerberus's cage, keeping watch because we discovered that Adim's translation rock was glowing, indicating that somebody might have been listening in on us, but we're not super sure. Yes. And then I wrote, I buy a golden dress. And then
You'll do that this session, by the way.
Right. I think I wrote a note like, hey, you're gonna do this. Yeah, I wrote a little star next to it. Hey, you're gonna do this. And then we're not aware of this, but the audience zooms out to an encampment outside of Raven's Rock with some very large tents and a banner with a lion sigil on it.
Perfect.
The end.
The end. All right. Well, hey, great session, gang. We'll see you next week. Awesome. So let's dive into our space, crossing the threshold of the library, otherwise known as Valindra's abode. So we'll give kind of a second to be able to kind of build into this, kind of like a small sort of step back. As we'll kind of like start it right from Valindra kind of opening the door, seeing you all kind of waiting outside. Recognizes Adim immediately, and the wrong one. Okay. You see a figure with a very gray skin, like almost like a deathly sort of gray, slick back white hair, very light eyes, almost like somewhere between a light gray and almost like a white. Very adorned in these like kind of dark purple rose with these gold sort of like filigree around. It's a very like seems to be a very like, it's almost on a cross of like vestments in a way, but with a little bit more of a decorative sort of look than anything. I mean, you don't see any like sort of hat or anything like that. You see him kind of peer in the doorway, look at you all, and go, well, right on time. Please come in. Opens the door for you and kind of steps to the side. You all walk through?
I walk in.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. I would like a perception check as you guys walk into this room.
Tishin will be second in right after Adim. Sort of backing him up.
Okay. And we'll say this. Cool. Awesome.
18.
We'll say go ahead and put that in the chat, as we'll
Got it.
probably keep that perception check for everything that you're seeing as we go up. 21's nice.
Happy
Especially given my rolls last meeting, yes.
Oh, good. Cool.
I'd like to shake his hand as I'm doing my perception check.
Okay, cool. You see him look down at your hand, give a very like, gives a very like kind of serene smile and goes and takes it, and once again dead fishes your hand. Well, not once again for you, but like you feel a very like extremely light, like there's no strength behind this handshake. I'd actually like an insight check on this handshake as you are there's some stuff with you that might give you a little more.
It's a 6.
This dude doesn't give very many handshakes, obviously.
Yeah.
We did.
And I could
Or
probably
done.
imagine on a diet of bugs that there's not a whole lot of strength to be had.
Hey, bugs are very high in protein.
Yeah, I love that. Cool. Yeah, I think with a 6, you just see, you see a welcoming smile, albeit probably a little bit, just a hint of condescension in it, which makes sense based on probably the travels that you had around Imea. Anyone of weirdly, I think anyone that has like more of a richer sort of set of clothing seems to be a little condescending. At least from what you've seen. Everyone except for Dr. Karan. As you all walk in, the area that you're in at first, you see that there are the wall itself has a very much a dungeon sort of feel. You don't see like sharp edges of like cave walls and things like that. It actually almost looks like there should be an outlining of like cinder block brick, as if everything that is done here is extremely neat. You see that you're in some sort of like foyer sort of center area, where you see that there are multiple mannequins. I don't know if mannequins would be the right word in this case, but we'll, for the lack of a better word, that are set up with several different pieces of armor to them. I would say a Deem with a 21, you recognize at least one piece of armor being something that you probably have seen maybe if you spent like even a day in Eisenheim, in the capital of South Imea. One of those sets of armor does look familiar to you.
Like as one of the ones that the guard would wear, or?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything from North Imea?
I'm wondering, like, to jump off of that question, is there anything Tishian would know about being in the armed forces in Northern Imea?
No, I would say I'd say even well, especially with the 6, I don't think you would even really spot that. I think you see that there's armor that's set, and that's interesting, and then that's it.
And just another quick question: does everything seem land-based armor? Like, am I seeing anything from? I would only recognize underwater, but am I seeing anything I wouldn't recognize as land-based?
Everything you would recognize would be land-based. Good question.
Okay.
You do notice that like some of the armor does look to be very odd, like extremely foreign, even to some of the armor shapes befitting not a humanoid creature. You see that like the Curus or Curus, whatever it is, that is adorned on one of the mannequin things actually has, instead of like 2 holes for the arms, there's 4.
Does it look like it would fit our friend the Thrycreen that attacked us in the alleyway?
It does look like it would fit that.
Okay.
Yeah. Valindra doesn't spend a lot of time here. Just basically kind of lets you all kind of come in. Would probably notice Adim, you kind of eyeing these suits of armor, and pauses for a second just in case you wanted to ask about anything. But I would say if you kept silent, he would keep silent and move on.
I would probably just say, nice armor. Are you a collector?
Yes, you could say that of many things. But you are free to peruse all of my collection.
Okay, not in character, out of character. He is just so creepy.
Super creepy. He leads you all down the only hallway that is to the center here. It is extremely thin, like to the point of like you see him walking through. It's actually perfectly shaped for like his normal stride. I'd say Tishian, even Slagtan, and I would say Adim as well. You are all. I can't remember how tall we said Valindra is. Do you remember if I said that last week? I think you're taller.
I know that I'm 5'11", so.
Yeah, I think.
Or sorry, 5'10".
You're 5'10". Okay, he's probably about your height. So yeah, he'd be about 5'10". You see that it's like the hallway itself seems to be designed perfectly to fit his body shape, and for a couple of you, you feel like, especially I think Slagtan in this space here, feel very claustrophobic. As you guys walk forward, you recognize that this is a significant way. It takes about maybe a solid minute to go through here, and it's a one direction further in. So you surmise that most likely you are very much in the cave walls of this place.
I think as we're walking, Tishian's gonna reach out his hand and try to hold on to Slagtan's hand as we're walking.
Okay.
Just making that choice. Slagtan's okay with it.
I'm probably at a point right now that I'm kind of in a freak out, so I'm probably letting you do it, although I'm not really holding back.
Mm-hmm.
I think
So you
Titian's
just feel like an iron grip.
yeah. Titian's freaking out a little bit too after the cave in and the idea of going into a cave as well.
Mhm. Yeah, I think, like I said, though, there is a certain level of like, even though you're in the cave wall, it feels like you're in a brick house, like it's or a brick sort of mansion, we'll say. Like I said, there's no sharp edges here. Everything is just neatly and like intricately sort of carved. Um, I'd say the space itself is what may be concerning for sure. But after about a solid minute, you come out to the main area, which you imagine to be where Valindra spends most of his time, as it is a massive and immersive library, complete with many things that would be present to someone who has lived, hunted, or collected for a long time. You see, there's many different sort of. This is very like reminiscent of a museum with just all the walls being bookcases. There are many different sort of styles of like. There's like art on the walls, painting. There's some more weapons that are on display from different sort of areas, most of which would be very unfamiliar to you all. He kind of stands in the center of it and gives you a time to be able to kind of marvel at this space, as he assumes that you are as amazed at it as some of you may be. He goes, "Yes, I have lived for quite some time and have been very fortunate to collect some trinkets here or there.
Does he seem to be in brag mode?
Very much.
Just okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to play his game and seem a little bit more amazed than I am.
Cool.
Just enough to make him think that I'm like, wow, you're so cool, but not like over the top.
Mm-hmm.
I want to sniff, I want to sniff around for
performance check
something
that.
else alive. If there's anything else alive here.
Okay. Performance check from Adim.
Okay.
This is his library or the city library? It's like the city's library, right?
He's called it the library, but it's clearly his.
That was a whopping
abode.
6.
Well, I was going to ask if I could give it, because I would have like, A, I'm looking for something maybe that I recognize, and B, maybe point out things and ask him questions about it, like, oh, what can you tell me about this? So is there a story behind this? Where did this come from? You know.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe genuinely interested, but also kind of, yeah, like Jack said, playing into the game.
Okay. We'll say we'll keep that in mind, as there is a certain level of considerable interest here. So we'll say for Ianthe, go ahead and roll a performance check with advantage.
And make no mistake, I actually am interested. I'm just being more vocal about it than I probably would be otherwise.
Yeah. Wow, that's not great. 14.
Okay.
I'll go with her.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, he gives a solid. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta close this door. There's more noise upstairs than I thought there normally is. Yeah, I think with a 6, Adim, you see a you don't see any sort of like look of like catching you in this game at all. You see him just kind of like just smiling and just allowing everybody to kind of take it in this moment. Um, so please make yourself at home. Anything you would like to? Is there anything you would like to drink or eat? I know you all have been probably on a very specific diet here.
I would not say no to some wine if you had it.
Absolutely, red or white?
Red.
Any fish?
Absolutely.
What did he say? I didn't hear what he said.
Absolutely. Kind of like moves a hand about in a way that I think Iantha, you as being a sorceress, see that it might be the the what's the word? The somatic component clearly doesn't have to be this drawn out. But you see him happen to conjure up a bottle of a very deep, dark wine set up on a table. I'm sorry, I didn't mark this out. There is a very long table kind of behind him that is set up in a very like library sort of setting. Where there's this long sort of, I'd say it's probably goes about maybe 20 feet down, and is at least 10 feet wide, if not maybe like we'll call it 12 feet wide, with benches along the sides. He sets on the table in front of you just a bottle of wine and a very adorned golden sort of glass that actually has, a golden sort of goblet that has the glass coming out from the top.
I can appreciate someone who has excellent taste in lovely things. And I want to sniff it and make sure it's not blood.
Okay, cool. You sniff it. Give me a perception check.
The rolls have not been great today. The rolls are not rolling.
7. Okay, cool. Smells like wine.
All right. I'll pour a glass have a sip.
I actually was also going to sniff it more for something that doesn't smell right, as in, which I don't know that I would know poison, but
okay. So here's the thing here. For Iantha to smell it, it makes sense to be like, oh, what year? Like sort of like playing up into that. For Slagtan to walk over and smell it would look very different. So are you waiting for him to turn his back, or are you doing it right in front of him?
I'll do it right in front of him.
Okay, cool.
I'll pour a glass too, and just be and just kind of like, oh yes, like don't forget to like swirl it as you smell it, so help release the scent.
It's lovely. Do you get the apricot? There's a little bit of an apricot flavor to it. Which is weird in a red wine.
Just I love this idea of talking to Slagtan, like, do you get those tannins? Do you get those like?
Yeah,
that's wonderful.
Smell the tannins.
22.
And
22.
Jack, Demon's ignoring all of that and just looking at the books.
Awesome. Well, you said you wanted fish, right?
Oh yeah, is there fish as well?
Yep. Yeah. You guys just started to go right after the wine, so I was trying to make sure we handled that.
See, I wasn't even going to pour it. I was just going to pop it and basically.
Yeah. I will say this. With a 22, it smells. It smells very earthy. And there's a you don't smell like any like iron to it. You're with a 22, you're for sure it's not blood. It definitely is a, for Slagtan, it looks so dark, it looks like a dangerous liquid. But a deep red wine would look dangerous to someone like Slagtan. So I think there's a level of like of being cautious based on it, even if it was wine by itself.
Well, I wasn't going to drink it anyways. I was just kind of sniffing it, like anything acrid or putrid kind of stuff,
You smell like with the earthiness, you definitely smell some like acidic
Okay.
sort of tones to it. This is actually the beginning of Slagtan's career as a sommelier.
I feel like I love the idea of Slagtan having like the most sophisticated palate of all of us.
Yeah, that's great. I'll say with the 22, you clock that as something that maybe the party would like eventually.
Well, I know Tishian would like it.
Yeah.
And I will look at Tishian and I'll be going, just one.
Oh no, I got 100%. Like just one. But hey, do you got something stronger than wine? I just need one of something stronger than wine.
Could you be more specific?
I mean, I'm not okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would kill for some beef jerky and like just some like straight hard alcohol. I think right now that'd just be great.
I've traveled very far. There's very different versions of what we would call alcohol. Is there something specific to your taste?
Do you have any like just good whiskey? Or just something hard like that. Nothing clear, something brown. Just
Very
good brown. You know what I mean?
Bourbon or Scotch?
Ooh.
Titian does not know the difference.
Yeah, no clue. I love it.
Bourbon.
Very good. I assumed so. You see a glass kind of come out in a like sort of a square. It starts out as a square sort of base and kind of twirls up, and you see it's a perfect looking whiskey glass that has a there's like there's another cup or like a bowl right next to it that has like small sort of pellets of ice that are in like perfect cylindrical sort of shapes. As like if you wanted to have ice with it, you could. Yes, he has that. And I want to get to the fish thing. I would like. I'm gonna put it this way. I'm gonna say something that I think a Deem doesn't catch, but we'll say specifically Jack. What would a Deem's favorite fish be?
This one may not come as a surprise to Joe, but it may to the other party members. His favorite fish would probably be something raw.
Okay.
He just like anything, he would literally, because under the sea, if he's actually in the water, if he wants to eat, he catches and eats a live fish. I mean, he's used to eating fish and just grabbing it. So the idea of cooking fish for a Deem is like, oh, that's unusual. I guess you could do that up here. So probably something that is his snapfish is something that is easily held in one hand.
Okay.
By the tail, so it's big enough so to fill him up, but not like a guppy. But he wouldn't go for like a shark. So, and ideally something that's not poisonous, like a puffer fish would be bad.
Right. I think I'm going to give you the opportunity to be as specific as you want here, but if you don't want to, then...
So Jack doesn't like eating fish, so I don't know.
Okay.
Jack is not a big fish fan, so whatever that would be for Deem, some kind of white fish. I have no idea because that's white fish.
You see the on the table is a table with a cod that has had the head of it neatly cut off, and I'll say the skin has been stripped off, but it has been uncooked, presented for you. And I will say, as a Deem, there is a level of there's probably a level of like what's the word?
Skepticism.
Yeah, there's a level of like, this is weird.
Yeah, like why would that? Like why would you have that there?
Yeah, I'll put it this
But-
way: if you had a specific memory, if Adim had a specific memory of a like perfect meal that he had, that is what's there.
Interesting. Then yeah, he's definitely suspicious. However, he's actually intrigued, so he'll grab it and be like, just like no fork, no knife. It probably surprises anybody who just grab it and good, and clearly just raw fish and chewing the bone, everything like chewing it up. Like yeah, that's good.
I'm picturing Gollum.
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah. Like, but not like as messy. Just like, oh, great. I didn't have to catch it. How easy.
Grian, you see the slightest twitch in Valindra at the assumedly the barbaric form of eating this, but yeah.
So Green is gonna grab a. I'm assuming there'd probably be like an apple or whatever fruit is on the table.
There's nothing on the table. The only things that are on the table are what you asked for.
Oh, okay.
So I'll say at that he'll kind of like make he will kind of face you.
Would I be able to? Do you happen to have any like a bushel of apples or anything like that?
Are they from a specific region?
Oh, I'm not picky with apples, just any kind. The green ones, though, are probably the ones I would like the best, but... But any apple will do.
You see on the table... okay. On the table, you see a very large, like wide bowl appears with a... it's just a sort of space of if you're looking in the bowl, it just looks like there's just dirt, and then you see as his hands continue to move, a tree starts to form. A very small miniature sort of tree starts to form from that bowl, and you see one green apple appear on its branch.
Grian will pluck it and give it a smell. I'm assuming it smells just like a real apple.
Yep.
And he'll take a bite, but at the same time, so kind of like with food in his mouth, and be like, "So you brought all this down here to fill your library?"
Oh, my library goes with me. But I've been here for some time, so I have been able to settle in.
What's the newest piece you have?
Newest. Walks you over to a side of the room, and you see a set of I'm trying to think. They're not handcuffs, so to speak. They're actually like what's the
manacles?
Manacles. Thank you. You see a set of manacles in a like it's not actually a case of glass. You actually see there's just like a like sort of like gold dust that seems to circle around it, seeming to be most likely some sort of protective barrier. And he makes a point to lean into your ear and says, "I got those here."
I knew. Just knew I was hungry. I didn't realize I was thirsty too. Before this piece,
I think you just broke Jack.
I mean, I haven't really been able to interact with other characters besides everybody else, so this is fun. Um,
Let's be
And
clear. Did your character say that?
oh yeah, 100%.
Gotcha.
So besides these, like from the surface, like what else do you have like that you recently got?
Oh, well. There are many things here. I would say feel free to take a look around, and if you have any questions, I'm here.
And I'll just look at him and I'll start to walk away and be like, if you can find that key, you can find me, and I'll just like keep going into the library.
Okay, cool. You do see that in this room itself, there is actually a hallway that that extends out. That seems to go to the library, extending further past this space. So basically, this is to say there is a main room, and then there is 4 other rooms with different sort of things in it. But we'll say that you're just kind of like basically perusing around. Very cool. Let's see.
I was gonna say if I'm out of eyeline, I wanted to take out my my spyglass and see if I can look through the walls.
Okay, cool. I'd say we'll give you advantage on this guy. Give me a perception check with advantage. You will definitely see something. Just seeing what you would see.
First one's a 16. The second one is a 6. So 16.
Okay, cool. With a 16, you see there's no sort of like staircase or any sort of way to be able to, in your time here of seeing a way up to this place, but looking slightly like diagonally upward, you do see a bedroom, a very like grand master bedroom, what is it, poster thing, like there's 4 posts, there's like a hugely decadent bedroom, but no way seemingly to get to it from your perspective. You don't even see like any sort of like secret hallways or anything like that from your with your spyglass. You also see there is another there's another hallway that seems to be behind a wall. I'll say that in the case of this, it is on the back left. So it's the so if there's 4 other rooms, it is the northwest room. There is a hallway that is past a door that you assume is some sort of false wall. Sorry, past a wall that you assume to be a false wall. That looks to lead to what you see as brighter rock, assumedly giving an idea that there is probably a space to the surface from here.
Cool. And I'll tuck my spyglass away, and I don't want to explore like too far away from everybody because I don't trust this guy. And yeah, that ends my business right now.
You got it. I would really like your choice, Anthony, either an Arcana check or an Insight check on our friend from you.
Alrighty. Probably Insight, because I'm pretty sure that's better. Yeah, it is. My dice are rolling like poop tonight. Uh, 17.
17. Let's ask this question because I specifically didn't ask what would be your favorite. Is this wine something that would be like perfect for Ianthe?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. There's a like, I mean, this is weird, right? Everything that you've asked for has been presented in front of you, almost in a way that is past what you asked for. What? I already forgot the number. What did you roll?
17. Insight.
17. Okay. With a 17, being someone who is familiar with the ranges of being able to detect someone's thoughts, you surmise that this is a strength of Valindra's.
And just makes a big show of it.
And that's how much you know without asking or prying.
He's still in the room with us?
Yes. Yep.
I think, yeah. I think I will just ask, this is very generous and hospitable of you, and I must know how you were able to pinpoint our taste so specifically. You seem to have a real knack for it.
There are those that I don't consider enemies of the surface world, and I would say I have, as you said, a knack for knowing what people want.
Have you always had that, or is it something you've learned? Something you've acquired over the years?
Yes, I would say so. Something I've acquired.
Interesting. Is it something that can be taught? I'm not the best at reading people, but I'd love to get better at it. Pinpoint what they want.
Roll persuasion check.
Ooh. Come on, I'm good at these. The natural 20.
Ooh, baby.
For a total.
Love it.
Total of 28.
Okay. Well, I must admit, most of my skills have been spawned from necessity. But I imagine I could teach you a few tricks. Tell you what. Please feel free to peruse. I know there were some things that Adim, looks over to Adim, who's like eating the fish with one hand, that Adim has said that there's been some pressing questions on your situation. Feel free to peruse and ask questions along that, but in the meantime, if you would like to stay back, I could test you to see if you're able to handle some embellishments of that.
Oh, love that. I will.
That should be as creepy as it sounds, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. She's like, that sounds great. And I will telepathically tell probably Brian. I'm going to stay back. Do you mind looking to see if you can find any information on Cerberus dogs, the Cerberi? Just any information you can find on them.
You're muted.
Yeah, started talking. I was like, oh, my bad. Yeah, I could do that. But since you're here, there might also be a path to the surface here. I'm not entirely sure, and I don't want to investigate it without alerting him. So keep that in mind. And I will go off to try and find a book on the Cerberus, because I'm assuming there's some kind of Dewey Decimal System, or it's probably just
Directly decimal
it
system.
might just be like what he, like his personal library, like categorized. So
that's a good question. First off, I will say this. As you were talking telepathically to Grian, I think you saw like he's been like kind of like looking around at the party and just trying to be as inviting as a host as possible, while also being very like odd and creepy and just standing kind of in a corner watching everybody. You see that entire conversation, he's been watching you.
Yeah, I figured as much. why I didn't want to. I figured I'd chance it, but I wasn't going to do anything super crazy because I figured he could listen in.
Yeah. Investigation check. Korean.
Investigation. Alright. That is a 15 plus 16. So 16 total.
16. Okay, cool. Yeah, you do see there's it is like separated out into categories, but it's not honestly, this is the least D&D thing that I want to worry about. So like, yeah, there's it's designed how a normal library would be that I haven't been in a long time because of COVID. But
And ebooks are a
you
thing.
do manage to find I just imagine it's like a Borders, right? Library is like a Borders bookstore, right? You or not a Borders, I think they're long gone. Whatever.
Yeah.
Is there still Borders? Borders still
No,
I
exist?
don't think so.
I
It's
think
just
that dated
Pavilion
all of
now.
us.
It was like
Let's break the immersion now and talk about Borders bookstore. No. Yeah, you do find a couple of books that aren't like marked as like everything you need to know about Cerberus. But it's you with that investigation check, you do find a book that says Beasts of the Underdark. And as you're like, I wonder, and as you pull up the cover has a picture of a very like nasty, malicious-looking Cerberus on the front cover.
Cool. So I'll take it off the shelf and I'll start reading it. And if it's another language, I'll just use comprehend or my Eyes of the Roomkeeper and just keep going.
Yeah, you got it. It isn't common. Do you come back to the table, or are you just reading it standing up in that room?
If it's like useful information, I'll skim through it to see if it's useful, and then if it's not useful, put it back and look for another one. Kind of deal.
Yeah,
so
I would say it is.
Material.
It does seem to be the source of material you're looking for.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, I'll take it and bring it back as I'm reading it.
Cool. You see, he doesn't say anything, but Valindra comes over and is just looking over your shoulder, looking at the book that you have. I'd say before you like feel awkward enough to make conversation, he moves away, but he does notice what you're reading.
I was like, is it close enough that I could just like lean my head back into like the crook of his neck and just start reading? No, I'm kidding. It's just fine. It's annoying.
No, so like to play that card, because obviously that is very much a persuasion card, right? I would say this because you've also rolled an insight check on him. He doesn't seem to be like he seems to be. We'll put it this way, if you were sincerely putting down any of those vibes, he seems to understand them, but is not reciprocating them.
It's just me being like, oh, he's being awkward. Like this is fine. Like we can.
You're just trying to like beat the awkwardness.
Awkward with awkward, yeah.
Yeah, I think you do get the feeling that he doesn't know that he's being awkward.
Sounds good.
Cool. What is Slactan and Titian doing?
I picture Titian. You said there was books. He's okay with those. Are fine over there. You said there was paintings. Cool. I think
there's paintings. There's even weaponry. There's things like that. There's like it is very museum-like in a lot of ways too.
I think Titian is absolutely looking at the objects in the room, the paintings, the weaponry. He didn't really. He just saw cool suits of armor in the foyer, but now I imagine as they're set up in this room, they're a little bit more set up for study and a little bit more set up for like looking at, have these been used? Is there lineage here? Sort of like really looking closely at all the details of the on all these sorts of things. Trying to find connections with everything in the room. Yeah,
you got it. We'll say this. Go ahead and roll me a D4 as we kind of decide what we zoom in on.
All right, I rolled a 1.
Cool, awesome.
Good, right? Lower the better.
I mean, it doesn't. It's honestly doesn't matter. There's multiple things in this room, and I'm trying to decide what to give you and
Yeah, for
putting
sure.
it in that sort of context. You see a the first thing you see is actually pieces of a wooden shield. You see it. They're kind of it's broken into two parts on this sort of like kind of not plinth, but like on display, we'll say. And you see that both like inner sort of parts of the shield don't look like they were broken in half. It actually, you see like a very considerable sort of burn mark on both sides. You do not recognize any sort of insignia on the front of it. But I think if you hang out there long enough, Valindra would notice that you're looking at it.
Yeah, I think Tishian's absolutely sitting there like drinking his bourbon and just like getting closer to it.
Cool. Yeah, Valindra comes over. Well, you're interested in the shield of Karas.
Oh yeah, the shield of Karas, you said?
Karas. It is well, mostly a village now that is located very far east of here. But there was it's a very odd village, as there is many suits of armor, specifically cuirasses, hence most likely the name, that have been sitting in a field. You see thousands that are scattered around the ground of it. It's a very awful, haunted place, as he says so with a huge smile.
Yeah.
This I happened to find along my travels there, and I felt it safe enough to not provoke any spirits.
I too myself like to hang out in haunted places. I got stabbed by a ghost dwarf.
Yes, so I've heard.
Yeah.
That is very exciting. I would love a retelling of that tale if
Stab me.
you or any of your parties interested. Would you say stab me?
That said he stabbed me. That was a retelling of it.
Oh, okay, you stabbed me. Love it. You stabbed me. You see like a slight a slightly crestfallen expression from that. Well, perhaps another time.
I mean, I'll tell you this is a really cool shield though. Is it behind, just for my own like imagination, is it behind glass?
It's actually not. It's very much like so the other piece, I've already forgotten what it was, but anything that's on display is not behind glass, but there is a gold sort of shimmer around it, like in a very slow, almost like cyclone like fashion. That's just translucent enough that you can clearly see the image, or clearly see the object.
So like I couldn't reach it down and just pick up the shield to look at the underside of it.
You could try.
Sure. Can I think about that? I need to step away for like a split second. I'm gonna hand the ball off to Slagtown.
You got it.
I'm gonna step away for just a second, y'all. Sorry.
Slagtan?
Slagtan's gonna do what Slagtan does when he's nervous. I'm just gonna prowl around the room, kind of wanting to keep an eye on everybody.
Okay.
I'm not particularly interested in any of his stuff.
Cool.
Which I know Matt needed more out of me apparently, but
no, that's totally fine. I will say, with Slagtan's, this guy doesn't have crazy passive insight, but I will say, like, he's kind of he's very intently looking at everyone, Slytherin, he looks at you with a little bit of like a raised eyebrow, in a space of, I'll say, roll me an insight check on this because it'd be hard to determine what that means.
Wow, 19.
19, nice. It is there is a mixture of curiosity and just with 19 is pretty good, so I'm just going to tell you straight, with just a hint of disdain, which is very conflicting. You get the idea. They're very conflicting sort of things.
Right.
I will say with that, he comes towards you and goes, so, a shifter, I believe. Correct?
I guess that's what you call me.
Well, you're certainly not human, at least.
What are you?
No, thank goodness. I'm curious as to where you call home.
From plains near Massetti.
Ah. A place I have yet to travel. I hear it is often dangerous there.
It's very dangerous there.
Seems I will need to have some backup if I were to travel there.
I could leave there by myself.
Looks you up and down. Sure, you could.
I did.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You could, as in you. That's what I'm saying.
I did. Not could, did.
Yes. Well, is there anything you
learning
could tell me?
language.
Yeah. No. Is there anything you could tell me about the? He continues to press past that. Anything you could tell me about your home?
It moves. We never stay in one place.
Ah.
We follow the herds.
Must be hard to have any sort of industry with a moving tribe.
I do not know what industry is. I know I eat. I know I hunt. I know I was happy. I do not know what industry means.
In a word, evolution.
Okay.
That's fine. Perhaps if I were to visit there, maybe I could borrow you for a time?
Only if my tribe does not need me.
Beautiful. Thank you. Moves away from you. So I actually will say, Adim, as your fish is probably done now at this point. Is there anything Adim's specifically looking at?
Yeah, actually, I'm looking for information on the gin.
Awesome.
Specifically Marid, but if anything about just gin in general, gin culture, because I know that I descend from them, but I know nothing about them.
Cool. Roll me an investigation check.
Botch! A 1. I find a book on human plate armor.
Yeah, you find that, and I will say he kind of comes to you. Interesting and interested in war tactics, I assume.
It's not really, but it's the book I came across. But thank you. I'm not used to seeing so many books, I guess.
That's totally fair. This is a very large collection. Is there anything I could help you with?
Yeah, actually. So I put the book about armor back.
Mhm.
Look, not even hiding my embarrassment, just like, Jesus. And like, do you have anything on the Jinn? Whether it's their societies, the Merid specifically?
Ah, the higher beings of magic. They are
My
very.
eyebrow noticeably crooks when he says higher beings of magic.
Cool. He clocks that. Well, my apologies if I've offended you in any way.
Not at all. I know very little about them. Even
Yes,
that
well,
was new information.
you are in good company, as most of us don't know very much. I do have another contact that I could reach out to for more knowledge on this, but let me see. Just kind of stands in one place and looks around. I do have this, and just kind of points to a spot in the bookcase, and you see a book come out and come towards you. And it is a general sort of understanding of Jinn in a more scientific and specifically anatomical study.
Sure. I mean, that was unusual, but yeah, I'm like, okay, I'll learn about them that way.
Yeah. I'll say with the Nat 1, like that was what kind of pulled into that sort of frame, is that you were asking for him, and even then it's not going to be great.
You know, I wasn't teasing you. I was teasing myself about why not. It's more than I already know. I've rolled the 1, sure.
Well, also I would say like it would be a high roll anyways, even for the amount of information that's here. I would say that you've probably asked this to a couple people along your travels, and the answer has almost just unequivocally just been like no. So having anything is definitely a surprise, I think, or like a
Yeah.
pleasant sort of feeling.
And I'm interested. I mean, even the biological and anatomical thing. So he said higher being of magic, and so I look for the Merid. I'm like, well, a higher being of magic. What does their anatomy look like? If they're beings of water, clearly they can mate with mortals. I want to read up. It's more than I knew. I want to read about it.
You got it. Cool. Awesome. Anything else anyone wants to look up information-wise?
If nobody else has something to say, I want one more thing.
I was gonna see if I could find any information on Anil doing.
Okay.
Anil doing.
Cool. Awesome. I will notate that, because that's
Okay.
going to be a thing.
Sounds good.
Tishin?
Oh, I'm still trying to play catch up. So sorry I had to step away for a second, y'all. So
I think the only thing you
he's
missed was Slagtan getting questioned about his birthplace. And then Deem just asking for material about Jinn, and specifically Moritz.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think Tishian's just continuing to look at the shield. I think he's moved on to other shields in the space now. He's just really interested in, like, you know, like you go to an art museum and you pick up on one key fact, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, Impressionist paintings are all blurry, so now I'm going to go look at all other blurry paintings. That's sort of what he's doing, but with shields right now.
Yeah, I think so. The next thing you look at, just to kind of put you in a pause for things, is we need to catch up on some of the books that were already pulled out. But you come up to another another sword that has a very interesting sort of shape to it, and I actually think. Let me just check one thing here. I don't know if this is Tuesdays or Friday's group, but yeah, okay, cool. You actually know it's a very familiar weapon, as you've seen Grian use it every once in a while. You see a Kopesh that is sitting on like a little platform. You see it has a it has some very interesting sort of like areas where, and actually, I would say roll me an investigation check with advantage based on this being a martial weapon.
Okay. Investigation check with advantage. First one is a 17. Second one is a 26. Hold on. Investigation. No, sorry. 19.
19.
I was looking at my intimidation. Sorry. Investigation is 0 for Tishia.
You angrily look at this compassion, trying to figure out. With the 19, you see that there's some interesting sort of like points in the steel of this thing, because Kopesh, I think even when you saw Grian like conjure it from the pact weapon, is a very like specifically sort of shaped sword that I would say you don't really normally see in Hasmal. So in this space, and this is diving into more of the fantasy sort of realm. You notice that there's some areas where there's definitely some blunted marks on the edge of this blade, and I'll say probably like a couple of like indents sort of areas. And you see areas where you can actually see somehow the steel of the blade seems to have become has thinned out a little bit. And you actually see like a small sort of like surface crack in the blade. You've seen this happen once before when your party encountered something that had some intense sort of ice-like abilities. This blade has been frozen at one point in time.
Okay. So it was sort of like it lost its temper to some extent or something like that, yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah. That's why I said we're going into more of the fantasy and less to the believe it or not, guys, I don't build swords in my off time, so I'm not entirely
That's shocking.
Do better, Joe. Do better.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
So we'll pause you there as you're looking at it, because I'll say that Valindra will probably come up to you eventually. But we're gonna kind of jump back into the books that were pulled out. So we have Grian's book on Cerberus, or Cerberuses, and it's specifically just like magical beasts of the Underdark, right? So in the description of Cerberus, there is a level of high. I would say the first couple sort of like paragraphs that you read reference to the level of power and intimidation a creature like this can have. Talks about how big they can get, ranging anywhere from what we'll say mechanically is large to depending on how old they are, very much like kind of like dragons in that way, where they just keep getting bigger, so they can get to sort of huge size. I'll say in the book it ranges from like the idea of like one was categorized as being 50 feet tall, we'll say. But these all reference them in a very like way back when sort of way. As you look further into the book, you actually read on stuff that is talking about how to control. And I would like, I'm going to tell you everything on the idea of how to control, but I'd like a investigation check on more of the idea of who they assume the reader is.
We say investigation?
Yeah.
It's a 14.
14. You learn to a point with 14. You learn that this is specifically speaking to anyone who is a conscious member of the Underdark, specifically Drow. So there is a level of understanding that probably goes beyond what you know, that has just been like deemed common knowledge. So you see like there's phrases of like there's phrases referencing we'll just put it ambiguously. Phrases that are representing like practices and things that you fully don't understand. You see pronouns consistently change from they to he to she, but most of them being they and she, actually. In regards to how one would handle. And I think with that, you see the concept of the like understanding who is boss, understanding the leader of the pack, sort of thing. Like in the reality, everything that you read from a realistic perspective tells you that like you treat this thing just like you would a very dangerous and like a possible vicious canine. So there's a lot of like there's a lot of lessons that are built strictly upon that. And then as you read deeper, I think it eventually you close the book, because it gets to a point of understanding how to be able to get this thing to be bigger and bigger, and a lot of it is based on sacrificial things.
Does it mention anything about like what it eats or like?
Yep. And
Okay,
it
smart.
gets very dark.
What
People.
does it eat?
Bugs.
Meat,
I'm just making a note. Eat.
Yeah.
Okay.
mostly carnivorous. I would say, based on your perception of this book, it doesn't look like it probably would have tried very hard to learn otherwise on diet, though.
Okay. I'll kind of pass the book to, because I'm assuming Anthe hasn't gone very far.
Mm-mm.
I'll kind of pass the book over to her.
Okay.
I'm not sure if the puppy is the best idea, but you can take a look in here and see for yourself. It's in common, so it's easy.
Okay.
But it gets kind of dark. Yeah.
Yeah. I expected this was going to be difficult, so I wanted to do a little bit of research on it. It's nonsense before we make a decision. Helps. We have a fluffy Audrey too.
There's a I will say this, like, it's the reason why I'm being like you eventually want to shut this book is honestly because we could be touching on some X factors, like in all honesty. There's some heavy like darkness with this, like so taking a time out. Drow are very historically very like what's the word I'm looking for? They deal in sacrifice a lot, and it is ironically very gender based on the idea of females being the more powerful ones.
Yeah, I got that more of like a matriarchy kind of society, but
100%. Yeah.
I imagine, like, as I was looking through the book, like, it gets very much like that horror movie, like, montage of just like, rah, just like sacrifices and devils and blood and blah, blah, blah. So it's just like, okay.
Yeah. It's like I think it goes into like detail of like the idea of like what seems to what it seems to enjoy more and get more power from, specifically like anatomically from what is being sacrificed. Yeah. I will say, Valindra probably sees you kind of close the book and goes, "Yes, there's some very specific things there. There's a passage I wanted you to see in the very back." And as he goes to open it, you're like, "I saw that page. No, thank you."
Nope, I read it. Thank you.
Oh, okay, very good. I did hear that you managed to procure a canine of unusual size, we'll say.
I think we prefer to think of it as a rescue, but yes, we have discovered such a being, and just trying to get more information about it before we proceed.
Well, as you may read, proceed with caution, as they say.
Yes, this has been eye-opening.
Or closing, however you want to put it.
Her eyes are like,
Cool. Green, as you pass that book and you go on to try to find stuff about a nail to win, first off, we'll say investigation check for that.
All right. Oh, that is a nat 20 to make 21.
Ooh, baby. Okay, so you for sure find a book that says in the space that you would have to do comprehend languages on. I believe, actually, let me just make sure. No, you actually wouldn't. It is in Elvish. It says a path to a nail to win on it.
Okay.
It's either a path to a nail to win or a way to a nail to win, and there's a specific thing there that I'll tell you later on. I don't remember.
Okay. I guess I'll just look through it, and I don't have to we don't have to say what's in the book yet, but I'll kind of just look through it.
I mean, it's a big deal. I will say that as soon as you grab that book, Nat 20 is a very good roll for this book.
Yeah, I know. I was like, if there's gonna be one Nat 20 I'm gonna get tonight, this is a great chance to do it.
You see Valindra, who is leaning over Ianthe awkwardly as she's reading this book, sees you look at the book and happens to move a little bit faster towards you. I'd say I would like you to actually roll me a d20 and add your charisma modifier for this.
Charisma mod. That is only an 11.
Okay. With an 11, he does go to gently take the book out of your hands. Assuming that you don't fight him on this.
No, it's his property. I'm not gonna be like, nah, it's mine. It's his. It's cool. And I'll just,
sorry. Yeah.
I was gonna say sorry too. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on any toes here.
No, it's quite all right. Puts his hand very close to your lips. It's okay. I apologize.
Ooh.
I forgot that this is not in the hidden part of the library. It is something that has been trusted to me from someone who shouldn't have had it in the first place. Perhaps maybe in time I would be happy to share it to you one-on-one, we'll say.
I'd love that sometime. If we would be maybe could look over it together.
Fantastic. Beautiful.
I'll just be like, I'd love to learn where I'm from, and I guess I'll just...
You say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tempt him.
Interesting.
I can also do that and walk away. That's okay.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's say you walk away, and we'll say the camera and anyone else in the room that's at, and so we'll say that's Slagtan. He's watching you walk away with a somewhat confused expression on his face, as if he marked you wrong. Well, I will leave you to it. Is there any other questions? And we'll say that Adim, you're looking through the book with the Jinn on it. You do see that Jinn very rarely make appearances to or make any, we'll say, relations with any any humanoid sort of presence. So you know that based on your bloodline, like there's a weird sort of mixture there that honestly could be pure or could not be on that. And the idea that saying that like I don't know, like above board, I don't know if Adim knows fully 100% that his dad is a Marid, as
He
opposed
knows
to
he knows he's water, but it could be further than his dad. He says his dad, but it could be like his 5 generations back. There was connection to the genie or something.
Yeah. So I think there's such a rarity in that you read that and recognize like there might be like a little bit of like a disappointment in that of like recognizing like, oh.
I think there is initially, but maybe when he's coming by, because I want to play with him if I notice that Green is playing with him too. As if he's looking over my shoulder, I'm just gonna see if I can play with him a bit. I'm gonna look and say, that's strange. Because I think that momentarily, and then I make my tattoos glow. And make them go just a little bit, just flare up a little bit. Like, someone's spoken to me through these tattoos that seem to be extraplanar, and just like flare up a little bit, I'm like, and I set my mind at ease with that. But just to see what he does.
So the tricky part of that, we'll say, we'll reference it based on like Slagtan or whomever like telling you later or having that sort of relation of that, because you're obviously looking down. You see, I mean, I've established this dude is creepy, but you, Slagtan, you see a look that is, there's actually literally like some sort of flash that happens in the eyes of Valindra at this, seeing the tattoos glow, and you see a look that can only be summarized, and especially in the like primal way of Slagtan, can only be symbolized in the idea of hunger.
Out of character, hey Green, I got
him.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Or extreme want. But yeah, I would say hunger is a better.
I get what I can from the book. I'm just playing with him a little bit because he's playing with us. So I play with him how I can, and I'm like, get what I can, and I put the book away. And there is one more thing I want to look at, but when everybody else is done, I'll ask him.
Sure. Yeah. You guys have all the time in the world here. There's no rush here. I just want to make sure we're getting through everything. I would say Valindra. I think Valindra hesitates to talk to you about it. And if it comes up, you'll know the reason why. Yeah. We'll say Valindra probably takes this moment of like starts to actually walk away from you, but watching you, as I think the like tattoos sort of probably start to kind of die down, and turns his attention to Tishian with the Kopesh. But anyone else have anything else? And I will say for the sake of like feeling like you might be getting too much here, this is a library that you guys will not have access to for a long time, most likely.
I wanted to see. I mean, I know Valindra told me to kind of stick around, but I did want to look up information. There's that carved scar that was on Nethra that I've seen before, but I don't know what it means. I wanted to see if I could find something on it.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to ask Ianthe this. What does Ianthe look for title-wise?
I don't know. I think she would start just because this is my suspicion. I think she would start with like, I don't know, history of pirates in Celeste or near, I don't know, some kind of naval history.
Cool.
She's starting with like anything about pirates because I think that's kind of her initial suspicion.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's my suspicion.
Yeah. I will say roll an investigation check with disadvantage.
Oh dear, I don't need that disadvantage.
I will say this, like, so just to be able to kind of understand the mechanic here, if you were to, and we'll say before you even tell me what you rolled, just to be able to kind of give you this option, if you were to ask Valindra, the trade-off is Valindra is knowing what you're interested in. But I would say that would make that roll become a straight roll instead. So it's up to you. I'd say this is where you kind of this is where I would say, like, it's so hard as a player, like, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to choose the easiest way, but like as a character, this dude is obviously creepy, and I'd say Ianthe specifically knows, like, is a collector of everything, including what people like and what people think. Like, there's a level of like, Valindra is just as interested in you as you are in this library.
I think she'll not say anything or not ask specifically, because she doesn't really know what kind of, her thought is of Nethra. Is that the name?
Mm-hmm. That's right. You got it.
And she's not really sure, like, you know, do they have a good relationship? Is this a respected person? Or if I'm asking about it, like, are they going to use that against Nethra? Are they going to use that against me? Because I'm curious about Nethra. So I think she's going to keep it. She's not going to ask.
Okay. Cool.
Which means I rolled a 2. Okay.
On naval history, you start to read about things that you pick up this book and you read it and you're like, this is for a Deem. this is not me for me at all.
This is so boring. This is so boring.
Reading about like the concept of like the basic positions on a pirate ship, who does what, who is in order of like who asks for what, how much, like there's things on like the idea of like pricing based on throughout the years, how naval shipyards typically work depending on which port you're going into. Nothing that is even like remotely interesting to Ianthe, I don't think.
No, if it's
like,
not,
oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, if it's not like a romance, like fantasy, she's like, oh, this is awful.
It's the Book of Leviticus. It is straight up just information that is.
I'll just pass it off here. You can read this. It's terrible.
Cool. And we'll say, for the most part, I would say like Adim spending any time, unless you want to spend specific time with this, you kind of glance through this and go like, yeah, I know all this already. Like.
Yeah, I'm probably like, I'm not on a ship right now. I'm not running my own ship, so I'm like, that's not even my purview. That's the captain. I don't even have a ship yet. So I looked there, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, I'll put it down.
You see like a note that says like percentage marks that a crew typically gets based on what a captain gets, and you're just like, damn, I knew it. Like,
yeah, like, oh man.
Makes a mental note for negotiating.
Yeah, like, okay, when I go back.
Cool. So yeah, so we'll say going up to Titian, Valindra is looking and basically explains. I don't even have to role play this because there's not a lot of information here that would be pertinent to anything that you would understand. This is from a faraway place, way past Imea, north of North Imea, actually, in an area that is known as. He actually says like he says a phrase in giant that I don't imagine Titian is no. And I imagine unless Titian goes like, "Oh, what's that? What does that mean?" I don't know if Titian would do that.
No, I don't. I think Titian smiles and nods at that, like, "Oh yeah, that's. I mean, that's a.
Cool.
I mean, that's a funny way of saying that, but sure, yeah."
Cool. Yeah, you don't ask, so he doesn't tell us. This Kopesh, as we understand it here, is the effects of what happens to a blade when it is frozen within seconds.
Oh shit! Oh, you mean how would a blade be frozen so fast?
How indeed.
Indeed, how? No, I'm seriously like, how is?
What? Magic. Some form of magic or magical beast from some.
Are you saying that
okay?
Is the Kopesh itself magical, or is it like you said maybe
Possibly.
attack? Possibly. Oh. How do you not know? Did you not like check it out when you picked it up, or?
Well, so sorry. What I meant was that at one point in time, possibly, as it is now on display here, and possibly has lost its ability in the effects of the damage.
Can I ask, Valindra, can I ask you a question about like this stuff?
Gives a very big smile. Anything.
Titian smiles really big as well. Don't you find it like odd to just have this sort of like stuff on display? Like, I mean, this was made by somebody to do a job, but it's not doing its job now. Like that shield over there is a shield, but it's effectively not a shield anymore. Like you just removed it from its purpose.
I want a deception check from you.
Deception check? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. That's a dirty 20.
Okay. Nice. What is your deception? I just want to make this possible for you. Hold on.
My deception is a +4.
Okay. All right. So he rolled a 22.
Mm.
His smile, if it was possible, kind of widens a little more and kind of looks you up and down. Tell me, Titian, right?
Yep, Titian.
You did not give your name, by the
way. Yeah, Titian. My name is. Funny how you knew that. That's kind of weird, but yeah, Titian.
Like I said, I collect things. Titian, I assume you being Leonin and being in this area of North Imea that you're familiar with a city called Hasamar.
Yeah. You can say I might have heard of it a time or two.
I see. Well, it is very in the world of that place. It is often run by a militant of somewhat of a brutal nature at points, known as the Panthera Rougette. Are you familiar with that at all?
No, I've never heard of it. What can you tell me about it?
Well, it is entirely run by Leonin, at least assumedly. If someone were to defect from that troop, would they not be moving against the purpose that was made for them?
I reckon it'd be about them finding their own purpose. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, from what I've heard, they might be called a Bastille, they might be called a traitor, but you know, it's more about them not aligning with that purpose. They're not the right tool for that job. Maybe they're a tool for a different job.
Yes. Or maybe they are there to tell a different story in motions towards the Kopesh. This Kopesh that you see here could be transferred from being a tool to being more of a warning. To not trespass where those don't know everything.
Where should I not trespass? I mean, where would someone not trespass?
Well, I highly recommend coming to me before you end up going north of North Imea.
Interesting. I didn't know anything about this Panthera Roger or anything like that. This is all interesting stuff that you're bringing up right now to a stranger, me, Tishian, a stranger to you, person.
Well, as you can see, I'm a very inviting person. If we were considered to be strangers, I am trying to remedy that as soon as possible by inviting you into my house. I hope that at one point we are considered to be allies.
Do you want to do a shot with me?
1 second. You clearly catch him off guard with this.
Alcohol, like just straight alcohol.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, line them up. Let's do a shot.
It's been years, but okay.
Hey.
And you guys do a shot together. He's gonna roll a. Oh my god! Rolled a nat 1. As you see him
He's
take
turning
it.
drunk.
Yeah, he takes it down fully, and I mean, nat 1 is worse than drunk. It's going. Been a few years. Excuse me. And just walks to the end of the hallway, turns right opposite of where anyone is, and then fully disappears from anyone's view. I think actually Grian and Tishian, both of you hear a familiar pop as he misty steps away, which means, by the way, you are by yourselves in this library for assumedly, we'll say 1 minute.
It's literally why I unmuted myself.
Yeah. Okay. So like, I immediately, I'm like, okay, we gotta talk.
Cool.
And before I do anything else, I take out my orb and I wrap it in something and I shove it in the bottom of my pack.
The orb?
Yeah, the one that I think he was listening to us through.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Honestly, like Grian, I assume you're grabbing that book.
I mean, I don't want to like steal it because that could be
Yes, you do.
far worse.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
I
This is
wanna
your
do it.
chance.
Come back to me. Well, let me think about it. Okay.
I just love that this chance came out of Tishian being a weirdo. Like, just
No, it was
I mean,
perfect. It's great.
Perfect.
This is
Good job,
D&D, baby. This is D&D.
yeah. Love it.
I rolled back-to-back nat ones, by the way, on that.
I don't think Tishian
I don't
can
know what to
grab
do,
anything.
though.
Yeah.
Well, so
I'm scampering to the end of the hallway and watching for him to come back.
You know, whatever happens, Grian's gonna like whatever is happening in the background. He's gonna lift the book up and just start flipping through the pages, like as fast as he can.
I think Tishian.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Tishian's gonna look at Ianthe and be like, "Hey, for real though? Hey, Ianthe, the fuck is happening here? Or like, what's going on? Like,
I don't know. He's a weird guy. He's a weird guy. It's a weird place.
yeah, should we like?"
Oh.
I've been just looking at shields and stuff, and like he's talking about like he's kind of like can't tell if he's threatening me or nothing like that, but I just don't know what's happening.
Grian, you said you saw possibly a way out?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I'm not sure where it might be, but I mean there's always the front door we can leave through, but I think if anything were to
Well.
happen, there might be a way out, but I'm
Point,
honestly not entirely sure.
point me in the direction. I'll start looking. Where did you see it?
Oh, back the way he went. So
Oh.
it's not going to be a secret if you go.
I can make you invisible. I'm not sure what it would do. He's extremely powerful. Definitely heard me talking to you, Grian.
Meanwhile, Grian's just like, yeah, if you go back that way, I think if you just, you won't be able to see it, but I think just like.
And I think for sure he would not realize I'm gone. I think I could get by with this. No, I'm not going to get by with this. No.
I don't know. I think if he could read thoughts, I'm not sure if it's going to be a good idea.
I'm fairly certain he can.
He might have other things in place that our magic might even set off.
Before he comes back, it seems like the most magic people among us, maybe Grian and Ianthe, look for information about the rod.
Yes! Duh.
Yeah.
And I would like to look for information about the history of the city of Or. I want to know where I am.
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw an idea out there because I want to look for a book now. If that's okay, Joe.
Absolutely. I'm going to say anyone who's actually looking for information, it's still a large library. So I will say you still have to make a check, but it would be with advantage. So anyone who's looking for information, investigation check with advantage.
Okay. I'll go ahead and throw that check. I think after he mentioned the roar, Tishian's wondering because the leadership past the commanders are fairly unknown. He's wondering if there's an old book that might have that lost information in it.
On the roar?
On the roar, like specifically the leadership of Baltimore. I forgot that exact strand of leadership that we had. I can look it up, but I also only rolled a 10 on my investigation, so maybe
So you also have to remember.
Maybe it's a pop-up book or something like that. I don't know.
You'd also have to remember too, like, how old is the war? Because he hasn't been able to leave for a while.
Well, that's what I'm hoping is like it's not new. I'm hoping it's
He didn't
older.
say he couldn't leave.
Right.
He said this is his
just
home.
been posted up for a while because
The
he's got
way-
that fast exit.
The way I'm picturing it is sometimes when you do research, like when information is suppressed more recently, but you can go back in history and get like structures or like maybe before certain information was kept out of public view, like a book that might have like information like that. I think Tishian's just wondering how he knew that, and he's just looking for books that sort of relate to that subject. So
Very cool. Okay. It's up here. Anyone
I
else?
rolled a 15 to find information on this stick.
Cool. Actually, I will say just to be able to kind of keep things with the idea of what's going on with them. So I'll handle it as we go along. So let's do that. We'll do that. And you said you rolled a 10, right? So you do read. You find a book that says Chukur, and then a history of Hasamal, essentially. And you read with a 10. You read something that is surprising. So I will say, like, all the information based on your backstory stuff of things that like you yourself know, you pick up. So like all of the things, and I think Titian pretty much knows most of that in character, right?
Yeah.
I will say what you didn't know was further beyond the idea of Hasamal being made. Leonins were actually considered to be a little bit more on the spectrum of Slagtan than where they are now. It was and I think it kind of like reflects the idea of what was said to Slagtan is the idea of like staying put allows evolution to happen in a way, right? In a very one-sided, like specific perspective sort of way, right? But you see the barbaric sort of mentions of the tribes of how they started, and they actually had a very close kinship to something that you for sure know is considered to be an enemy now, and that are gnolls.
Because the one is a gnoll.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's
With that-
all you get with a 10,
Okay.
unless you were to try to take this book.
I'm taking it.
You got it.
Yeah, Titian is absolutely, he's stuffing it in his lower back, right with his belt, right next to his butt.
Cool. Awesome. All right. So 15 on the rod, right? Is
Yeah.
that what you were looking at? Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. So with the 15, you look up I'll say you probably find a book that talks about the connection of primordials on the material plane, right? So on the plane of your existence, and it's very wishy-washy. I think even in the context of like the idea of like as far back as history goes, it's a very much a telephone game that it gets weirder and weirder like the further back you go. As a lot of it is just word of mouth that's been said over, time and time again. But I will say with a 15, you read about a, I'm trying to think of a way to put this, a caging, for lack of a better word, of primordials and their power to their specific planes. And this was actually done by and this would have been hundreds of years ago, to a point that doesn't say a specific date, it just says hundreds of years ago, I think. But it was done by a very rare and obviously volatile agreement between the celestial plane and the Jesus, I forgot the ascension, whatever the plane of hell is, not the Underdark.
Avernus?
Huh?
The Abyss?
Yeah, I guess I don't think it's the Abyss either. But, and Avernus is the gate. I know that, but we'll say. Oh, there we go. I found it.
That's right, Hellplane. I got it.
Yeah. Technically, I don't even think the celestial plane is on here for this. Celestial. Yeah. Yeah. We'll say for the sake of time and brevity, yeah. A basically an agreement to put them in their place, and to keep them there. And in that span of time with the 15, you see that they were locked away with the idea of the only way to be able to the only way to be able to bring them back is a connection with 3 keys. One key being held in the celestial plane, one being held in the lower planes, we'll say for that, and then one that has been hidden away in the material plane for some time.
Okay. And I get the sense this rod might be that key.
I would say so.
Does it specify who made the keys? Like, did they both make the keys, or is it like specifically what plane these keys come from?
That's a really good question. I would say that what's funny is that these keys, the way that they're designed, would be something that would be I'm going to say this, but I'm going to reserve the right to change it when I need to. They needed help from outside sources to be able to make this key be maybe not in the design of the keys, but where to hide specifically the material plane key. And they enlisted help from the Feywild.
Interesting.
And I would say this is, for the record, lore-wise, this is massive. This is there's a level of like there's a level of like reading in this script of, depending on how much, like, and I think Ianthe has probably not spent a lot of time in like looking at this stuff, but I would say it's even for Ianthe, there's a level of like looking at like, these planes do not interact, right? 2 of them are almost opposites of each other. Something important must have happened, and that importance is must have been a that importance must have been so great that it was going to affect more than the material plane, but both of their planes as well.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. The key thing is critically important. Cool.
I think for the sake of design on this, I would say it's unclear who made the keys.
Okay.
In this book. Yeah, it's either the 9 hells or Hades. I'll have to look that up and get back to you. I think the 9 hells is typically where devils are from. Now, I would say specifically it was devils. It wasn't demons. So. Cool.
Cool.
That was a lot. Is there anything else?
Nothing from me. I got what I needed.
Just me flipping through the book, but again, we can talk about that at a later point.
Oh yeah, what did you get with your investigation check?
Oh, I didn't realize I had to roll one because I was.
Yep, with advantage.
That with investigation, that's 16 with advantage.
16. Cool.
Yeah.
I will say that you find a list. You find a page that essentially gives you a list of what to do to find a nail to win, and it is so specific. Like, not to put this in a funny thing, but it's like if you guys watch The Office, where it's like walk until you hear the beehive. It is like that level of specificity. I can't say that word.
Specificity.
Specificity. It's that level of that. And recognizing that, I think even with a 16, there is no way you're going to remember all of the list of what to do to be able to get to a nail to win in this way, unless you were to tear out this page or take this book. I will say, this is not how I pictured you getting to a nail to win. But it's D&D, and we're living in an open world, so.
I don't trust this guy enough with the interactions to take this book, especially because there was a very much like specific interaction of like somebody had this book that wasn't supposed to, and it's not supposed to be sitting on that shelf, and being like, if I take this book, he's gonna know, and like that's it. So and he's already super creepy and looking at us weird, so I'm just not gonna take the book. It's fine.
We're really not supposed to have this book.
I'll just be like, I got a minute, and I'm looking at it, and it's like it's a whole lot for me to memorize, and I'm not gonna be able to remember it, and I'm like constantly looking back, like, where is he? So it's fine. I'm just gonna put the book down on the table and be like, nope, okay, cool. This is complicated. And
I'm also gonna say, just to reiterate, what he said was the person that he got this from wasn't supposed to have it either.
Yeah, so
like that was the level of like,
yeah. So cool. I guess I'll just be like, as everyone's kind of like running around doing things, I'm like, what do y'all want to leave and take off? I'm not quite sure how much longer we should be here.
I will say he'll immediately come back. I just want to make sure I handle everything else.
Yeah, so while they were looking at that, can I look for my stuff?
Yeah, what were you looking for?
Well, one thing for sure, and if I have time, a second thing. The one thing for sure is the history of the city of Or. I want to know more.
Oh, that's right.
This. And then the other thing, if I can come across something like this is a little less important, but it's something that a dean would be looking for. I want to see if there's any kind of an indication or map of underwater travel ways that go underground. I would just like to, I know that, if I'm in the ocean, that I can always go to the surface and find land if there's a shore. But I also know there's underwater caves. And most air-breathing people would ignore them.
Right.
But amphibious and water-breathing creatures wouldn't. And I'd like to know if there's any indication of where they might be. Because if I can get a handle on that, that would be awesome.
Okay, cool. All right, so I will say this. Investigation check with advantage for history on City of Or.
Okay, first that one, then hold on. 19 was the highest.
Okay, awesome. And I'm going to say, because it's extremely unlikely that there's going to be that material here, I will say, but not impossible. So I will say this is strictly on the idea of, as a DM, I don't think this is something that they would have, but let's if the dice roll it, let's make it.
Sure. All right.
So we'll say with disadvantage,
okay.
Investigation check for that.
Man, I rolled a 19 too, but a 12.
12. Okay, cool. So I will say, so I think you said 15 for Or?
No, 19 for Or.
19 for Or. Okay,
I rolled
great.
2 19s, but the 19 with advantage and then the 19 with disadvantage that turned into a 12. So
cool. Awesome. I'm going to say, so here's something that's kind of really interesting and possibly revealing in this. You do find a book that says The Lost City of Gold, the story of Or. And you pull that out and you recognize that this book feels like it's been opened a lot. That's your first recollection with a 19. You open the book and you see that it is a retelling of someone's specific journey to finding Or.
Interesting.
I will say in this point, there is when this person got there, they learned that they were most likely not the first ones there, as they seem to have been given a gift from a previous, from a world long lost. And there is a depiction of a being that looks to be made of some sort of flesh that looks very humanoid, but is extended out in all fours, with protrusions on its back. Looks very much like Nethra.
Is there a description of what it is beyond just a picture? Is there?
I would say what you read is that it was a so the phrasing was a gift from a world long past.
That Onethra's people are a gift from. Okay.
Yeah, I would say actually I'm gonna rephrase that, a world long conquered.
Ew. Okay, so I don't know if this is gonna be valid or not, but you said this book has been opened a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Given Adim's fascination with things on the land, like books and throwing things, he's gonna close the book in his hand, like so the spine's here,
mm-hmm.
and then just let it open and see where it falls open to
Cool.
See
I
if
love
it's
that.
been open enough. Like, where is it gone? Who's been reading into this, and what have they been looking at?
Awesome. You see, there is you open it. You let it kind of sit naturally open, and you see it kind of like flips back and forth, like a couple pages kind of just fall back and forth to it, where it opens to basically about the middle of the book, and you see a retelling of an account of understanding that Zaraneth has been the queen for a very long time. And seems to regard me as a friend. As you keep reading, you start to see that there is a kind of break in the page, as if a chapter is done and a new chapter is beginning, and you see a mark that says "The Newcomers," and you see a single paragraph that lists just your description of the entire group's description.
Oh wow, okay, so this is clearly our friend wrote this. I call them over and be like, hey guys, we're in this book.
We're famous.
Oh, awesome. Do you think we'll get royalties when it gets published, or?
I don't think so.
It's already published. It's a book.
Oh.
When it says the newcomers and lists us, does it say anything about the newcomers, or like, are we referencing?
Yeah, it does. It says there is little worry to our past selves on this, as these newcomers do not seem to be of a human variety. And I'll say this too, because you recognize, like, oh, Valindra's been writing in this book.
Yeah, I figured that. Yeah.
I would say, like, most likely in that you kind of flip back to the front and you see things on this. You rolled a 19, so I'm not gonna like role play this moment here, but I will say that you recognize that there was a point where Valindra was fleeing something, and putting things together, you recognize that Valindra was involved in the Night War over 100 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
So he was fleeing something because he was involved in the Night War. Since we're looking, can I figure out why it's important that we're not human?
I'd say with the hint to the Night War, it would be that. It would be the idea of saying that you are not an enemy because you are not human.
So that was against the human population, and they're less worried about us because we're not human. Therefore, we'd have no opinion about the Night War. We weren't there. This wasn't something we did. Got it.
And the closest person to you that is a human would be Slagtan, and there was a slight look of disdain. Obviously, you didn't catch this, but Slagtan would have. There's a slight look of disdain to Slagtan.
Okay, interesting. Okay. So this guy's
Can
fled the Night War. Okay. Valindra fled and we know where to find him. That's power. Okay.
Which also means,
Sorry,
by the way,
that's not
Valindra
a
is
Dean, that's Jack.
No.
Dean isn't
Yeah.
thinking that. Dean was like, ooh, look, a book.
it also means that Valindra most likely is a lot older than he looks.
Well, he's an elf, whether he's
Right.
drow or not. I mean, I just
Right.
kind of assume that much. I assume my mother probably looks younger than I do.
Well, and I believe he did. I believe he did already tell us as a group. He said he's been here a long time, or something like that.
Yeah,
didn't he?
I think he used the phrase a long time or some time, right? I think he's actually told Adim specific, or no, I'm sorry, Zaraneth told you guys he's been here 20 years.
Can I ask a broader question, Joe?
Mhm.
It feels like I'm trying to remember the city that Fosberg was in,
Mir.
but it felt like it was more Mir. It felt like it was more halflings and stuff of that nature. Where are the people in northern Imea? Like, I feel like
The
Tishian's
humans?
from the humans. Like, Tishian's from Hall Small, which is basically Leonin, and a little bit of other mixed in. That we're traveling with two Genasi, some ASMR. Like, where is the central hub of like human being?
I think there's a possibility based on Titian's makeup and really like concept of the idea of race, right? So Hasamal has been a melting pot for some time, right?
Yeah.
That you probably saw people that looked human and just assumed, okay, they're human, right? So the level of like what is human is probably much bigger in Titian's mind than it actually is true. Ironically, and this has worked out pretty well in the design around North Imea, the idea around North Imea is that there's actually a very small human population here. Specifically, especially like character-wise, there's only one human, I think, in like as a player character.
Okay. I was wondering that. I figured like because I mean elves are scattered everywhere. Looking at our party, like orcs, like there's always been a good like diverse like array of characters, but like just wondering about that. So sorry, don't want to derail.
No, you're totally fine. I think that kind of brings up an important point, like of recognizing, like, okay, cool. So this is why we're looking at this place as the Wildlands, right? It is foreign to like our going really meta here, but going to our concept of like what is human. It's very foreign. So at least for every place that you guys have currently visited. And to be clear, there are humans here, just not a lot.
Yeah. Right.
South Imea, there's a ton.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I will say, for clarification's sake, just to be clear on this, the Night War was not just fought between the humans and the Drow, but the humans were considered to be the main enemy, as the humans most likely got help from other races.
Okay.
But good. even the idea, and this is the last thing I'll say because I feel like I'm just dumping lore after lore to you guys. But the idea of the reason why the Night War was known as the Night War is because there was a darkness that covered the entire land during the war for 7 days. Well, if you're human, you don't have dark vision.
Interesting. So then they must have had help with people that had magic to cast light or some sort of dark vision thing themselves. Right. Yeah.
Right.
That makes sense.
It's where they actually had to borrow from other races a lot more, and basically like, not that you guys will ever probably find this out, but like South Imea will never admit that they wouldn't have won the war without these other races.
Cool. Okay. All right. I'm seeing some implications in the future that might be interesting to look into, but yeah.
Before he comes back, really quick question about the book.
Sure.
Is there anything indicating that Queen Zaraneth should not consider Valindra a friend? He mentions that he thinks she considers him a friend. Is there anything indicating she shouldn't?
I would say in this book you see a level of condescension even to the people of Or being considered to be drow. They're not. I would say in the level of how Valindra talks about them, there's no kinship. There's no level of like recognizing like, oh, they're family. They're not in his eyes. They, I think, because you rolled a 19, you surmise that there is a level of seclusion that has kept them from knowing what drow deal with, or even a certain level of drow culture.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
You just read the queen had a piece of bug stuck in her teeth all day. And I just didn't tell her at all. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll say with that, you see him kind of come back. Apologies. It has been a while since I've tasted any substance made by
Hey, no
surface
worries. No worries at all. Nothing to be ashamed of. You know, you said we were going to be friends. Hey, we're going to be friends. We're going to have times like these. It's all right. We're going to get closer. Don't you feel a little bit closer to me now as it is?
Very.
Like, Valindra right here. Like, for real, though. Kind of fucking love you now, man. I'm just going to let you know that right now.
Interesting. It is, it would be culturally inappropriate to reciprocate that feeling, but trust me, I believe we are growing to be fast friends, all of us.
For sure. Yeah, that's sure. And I think Tishing just awkwardly backs out after that statement.
Cool. Is there anything else I could help you all out with?
This has been an incredibly informative visit. Thank you for opening the doors to us. Is there anything we could do for you? Maybe a little dusting?
Oh, no, not at all. I can manage that. I would hope that we visit again. I know it is quite a trek to get here, but, well, you obviously have the stones. You know, I assume it's been made clear to you that any information on the whereabouts of Or will be very painful for you all to explain while these stones are in your possession, yes?
Mm-hmm.
How's that explained?
No,
This is new information.
we
That's
did
new.
promise the queen that we wouldn't mention it.
Yes, well, consider that to be her
Same thing, right?
insurance of that, yes. But, I mean, if there's any questions at all, whether or not it's of places far and wide, and he rests his eyes on Titian, understanding more of our own history.
I'm gonna throw an insight check on that to see if he.
I don't know if you need to.
I don't think I. Well, you know, yeah. I just want to roll a clicky clacky dice.
Roll that clicky clacky.
No, it's all good. I know. Well, it doesn't. Yeah. Titian does not understand that. His insight check was a 7.
Okay.
So sure, yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, rude.
Yeah, history. It's all about history, you know? It's all we got. We're all just collections of experience.
Ooh, I couldn't agree more.
I know. I'm happy we can find some common ground. Again, I love you, man.
Okay.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I was going to say that as we're finishing up, I'm just, as we're cleaning up and when we're leaving, whenever that is, I'm going to make sure that the book about Ore is left on the table open to where it has our names.
Nice.
I like it.
Just to leave it. I'm not, and it's going to be, I'm just going to, honestly, with the Deem, it's probably the last thing he looked at. And as you're going to relieve, he just leaves it there. Like, okay. You know.
Cool.
Because he's not stupid, but he's also not like Mr. Machiavelli, so.
Sure. He does say, I do apologize, Ianthe. I believe I promised some tutelage. I believe that might be difficult as today, at least, if you were to come back another time.
It gives me an excuse to come back and visit our dear friend. Apologize that we couldn't stay longer.
Okay. He is going to, for the first time, send you a telepathic message. He says to you, I'm surprised you didn't ask more about the necklace that you have. I may be able to help you find the owner. Or he would say the previous owner.
The previous one, yeah. It's funny. I've had it for so long. I sort of forget about it. I think there's still a little bit of this wine left, and I'd like to stay and drink it if you wanted to share a bit more information while we finish this incredible wine.
I'm
saying that telepathically.
Of course, yeah. I'm trying to decide whether or not I should have you roll a persuasion check against his Constitution saving throw.
Oh right.
So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll say go ahead. It's a contested roll. Okay.
He's not great at that, and I am great at. You said persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Yeah. 24.
Okay. Just make sure I didn't. 24. Okay. I marked the DC at 25 based on what he rolled, which was really bad. So sorry to give you that and then take it away, but he. I
totally rolled a 25.
Yeah. I would honestly love to talk to you about it, but as I said, it is something is not feeling quite right with me. And then he says out loud, Adim, if I could borrow just a moment of your time in private, if it's okay with your compatriots.
Sure.
We'll wait out here. I'm like pouring more wine for me and Rian, like emptying out the bottle.
Is Adim giving any like semblance of like he's nervous about that with the group?
No, that was Jack. Dean thinks he's creepy, but he's met creepy people in bars before, and he's not that. He's whatever.
I think there's a level too that he says it to you, but doesn't finish the sentence with you, and actually looks right at Slagtan. I think in knowing that Slagtan is the one that he has to convince to be in private.
Oh, interesting. Well, I mean, Adim doesn't realize that. So Adim's like, yeah. And he gets up and leaves the book there, like he said, because he's not thinking about anything. And that's the book he was reading when he left. And so He gets up and walks over to Valindra. Like,
Cool.
where are we going? He looks around like.
Looks at the rest of the group and goes, I'm sorry, did you... I could see you to the door if you'd like. This is to the rest of the group.
And then I said, oh, we can't go to where you went before? And I point to the wall where he popped out.
Well, you didn't see. You saw him kind of go behind a bookcase.
Right, and I start walking back over that direction, like that's where he was meaning.
Sure, yeah, and you see the plain walls. No, there's unfortunately there's most of my house is open to you. There is a certain level that is not. We're not quite there yet.
Oh, okay.
And just stares and waits for the rest of the group.
I think we'll be able to find the door. I think we'll finish up here and yeah.
Please, you can take the food as you leave.
Oh, awesome. Can we take some more drinks too?
I can collect the glasses later.
You're so greedy.
Sorry, I'm not. I
have
won't
open
do
container laws.
That's what
Yeah.
I know.
He's looking at Slagtan. I will say this also. Slagtan, I don't think there's any insight check required here. He's looking at you. This is the point as a DM. I feel like I hate being this because it's insulting to your player character, but recognize that it's my NPC interacting with your PC. He's looking at you as someone would look at a guard dog that understands.
Hmm.
I resemble that remark. I will go with the party as they exit.
Okay.
However, once they get about halfway up that hallway, I'll be like, I'd like to stay behind for a minute.
Okay.
Oh, sure. I mean, if
Are you trying to hide?
I am. How tall is the room, the hallway that goes from this little passageway? How tall is that?
So there's the like kind of like foyer area that is probably
Mhm.
maybe 15 by 10
Mhm.
feet. So it's a little enclosed, and that's where like all the suits of armor were and everything.
Yeah.
The hallway itself is pretty skinny. I'd say it's probably maybe like 4 feet by 6 feet.
6 feet tall.
Yeah.
Well, is it a straight, curved?
No, it's straight.
Okay. I'll just hang out right outside the hallway. But you said it was
Okay.
quite a bit, though, wasn't it?
So it's about a minute's journey that way, right? And then it's.
I would like to be about 30 feet from the entrance to the library, but I want to be hanging on the ceiling because I can
Okay.
do that now.
Right. You'll have to be 60.
Okay.
For
I want
that-
to be able to
for
hear.
that to actually work.
I want to be able to hear clang, clang, something bad, something boom, so I can get back in there.
Sure.
I'm not trying to spy on the conversation. I want to be there if something goes down.
Okay, interesting. I like that. I'd like you to roll me a stealth check first.
And
I'm not even gonna roll. Okay, cool. You see him pause and wait, and you see there's an extra pause as you hear the door close between you, between you, Adim, and Valindra. Valindra kind of just like cocks his head to the side and then seems to nod as if like just acknowledging something.
Everything okay? Completely unaware of what's going on, unless I'm also aware that I hear it. You know, like.
I don't think so. Yes, it's fine.
Okay,
I wanted to let you know that I find the group very interesting as far as its travels here, obviously, and like points to the open book there. First off, I would like to apologize. I hope I wasn't intrusive on my writings. And if there's anything I needed to correct, please feel free. To be honest with you, I also was being was trying my best to be aware of everyone around for collective motions towards the book purposes.
I think you spelled my name right. I can walk over and look.
Cool. I think it just says Adim. I don't think he knows your last name.
Okay. And so I'm like, yeah, I usually see it spelled that way. It's a little bit different depending on which language you're writing in, but I only know a couple. And I think that's how I usually spell it in common. So, yeah.
Yeah. I will say, yeah, interestingly enough, this is written in common. This is the only book that you found with his writing in it. So I will say, this is not the only book with his writing in the library, though. So yeah, you see it written in common, and he goes, I have to say, I am very interested in your journeys from here as well. If there was any possibility that you could find it in your heart to keep me in the know, I will make it worth your while.
How would I do that?
For Ascending Stone.
He says, are you still holding or in possession of one of those stones?
Oh, and I open my backpack, and they're like fist-sized, right? I imagine like a
Yeah.
grapefruit.
Mhm.
These?
Yes.
Yeah, but I was going to drop it off because they're really bulky and they're really, I mean, no offense, but they're kind of annoying. Takes up a lot of room in the backpack.
You're also a collector, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I take out my little bag full of pebbles. And I'm like, and I like pour out a couple of them in my hand. I'm like, so this one was from, and I literally go like, under the wharf in this city. This one was when I found a really cool shell under the water here. This one was, and they're just like random rocks, like sea rocks in places, but things help me remember where they are. And probably to him or most people, they look exactly the same. But I know like this one has that little dot on here that means this, and I put them back. So I guess yeah.
So the weird thing with that is that like in anyone else to be like, come on, dude, this is not what I meant. Like, but I think he's like intently listening, like patiently listening to all of those.
Yeah. So he's like, just a couple. So I pour him back in. I'm like, yeah, kind of. I'm hoping to ask. Hold on. I gotta find the name. I'm hoping to ask Aaron if I can take a pebble from here because I don't want nothing gold, just like a little rock from the ground, so I remember it.
Would there be a shape, a substance that would be inoffensive enough to be able to make it into that pack, but noticeably different than the rest?
I'm pretty good at it. It's hard above the ground because the water isn't smoothing them out. So I'll find one eventually. I'm sure Zaraneth can lead me to something that she'll approve. It's got to be small enough that it's will fit in there, and just something that I'll remember it by. Nothing. I'm not looking for like magic or anything. I just want a little pebble.
You see him kind of wave his hand as the stone is still at least nearby or in your hand or whatever, and the stone actually changes into a like perfectly cylindrical sort of space of quartz. It still looks like a rock, but a smoothed out rock from the water, and it is exact shade of his hair. So a very bright white.
Okay. That is certainly easier to carry around. That does it work the same? And I
yes,
hold it and I think about him. What do I see glow?
You actually don't see anything glow.
But does he hear me? And do I
He
hear him
does.
back?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay. I'm like, oh, all right. Well, is this like I'm not really one for magic. I think you probably know that already. You know, and I kind of like tap my elbow on my trident.
Yeah. Polite smile.
Is this something like it? You can hear my thoughts, or is it that you hear my voice, or like, do I talk out loud? Do I just? What do I have to do to contact you? Like, how does that work?
Well, you have to think upon me, and so just remember this. And yes, you will need to speak out loud, but I promise you I will be listening.
Okay, so like, I would need to be close to it so it could hear me. Like, do I
Yes.
talk into it, or do I just talk?
You just need to hold it.
Okay, great. And out of character, great. I'll bury it underground next time we need to be silent. So,
Yeah.
I'll play it real stupid.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, yeah, he's giving you specific instructions so that you think that these instructions are specific, otherwise it will not work.
Right.
You know, I think you, Adim, specifically actually know that that's not necessarily true.
Exactly. And I'm gonna play along like I don't know that.
Yep. And the last thing he'll say to you is especially the things involving your tattoos. As you can see in the library, I'm sure what you found on information about the Jinn is, I would say, is probably less than you were. It's less than what you desired.
But it's more than I knew before. I mean, did you know that some of them don't have legs? That is so neat.
Yes. Well, if you find out more information than what is in that book, specifically involving and kind of like, oh man, how creepy do I want to be here? Yeah, no, I would say he won't touch you, but he'll point up your arm like this in a super creepy way. Involving your markings. Be very interested to know more about that.
Since I'm playing with him, and I've never tried this before, can I just to see if he thinks he's doing it, because I want to play with him a little bit. As he does that going up my arm, can I make them glow following his finger?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Okay, just to play with him, and then I look surprised, like, oh.
Interesting.
And make him think, send him off to do some research that will come to naught. So, I mean, I really don't even know anything about them now, other than they're there. But yeah, I mean, okay. But if you find anything about Jinn, let me in your library. I mean, it's a big place. Let me know.
Beautiful. I will. It's a deal. And then hands out the dead fish handshake again.
Okay. And I know it, but I come into it a little uncomfortable just because it's relative. Actually, it's a couple of years. Like somebody who's used to it, but it's not their home. Mm-hmm. Like, that's not what we do underwater, but I know that that's up here what we do. So I'm like, oh, okay.
I think and not fighting that, but I think you've been sailing enough knowing that is like that. I think in your perspective, it's you grab each other's hands or forearms. You've seen both and squeeze as hard as you can, and that's what a handshake is like based on pirates.
And and I'm just thinking like my foreign exchange student. You know, he's from Germany and he speaks Turkish and he's Muslim. And every now and again, I'll say something and he'll respond with "Ben," because he's heard it. And it comes out so, like, he knows he's supposed to say it, but it still comes out wrong. That's how I imagine handshake is. I love that. I know I'm supposed to. I know what to do. It's not quite right.
That's great. You are both free to leave. I can walk you out if you want, but I think it'd be best if I stay here. You'll see.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Have a great time. And I can't think if it's day or night, so I'm like, have a great time.
He'll respond to you in a good evening.
Okay, have a good night. And I'll head out the door. At which point I'm assuming I look up and see spiders
Right, just like I'm not. You're muted.
You're muted, buddy.
I wasn't planning on being that close, but
Mm-hmm.
because once that door's open, I'm gonna take off back and try to drop down before they get there, just to so they know it wasn't like completely weird, just mostly weird.
What's happening? Say that again.
Well, like once, like I said, I wasn't right by the door. I just wanted to be where I could get there quickly if I heard loudness.
Right. So there's a hallway that would have been very difficult for you to be hidden in because it's a straight shot and it's only 6 feet high. And then there's the foyer area, which would have definitely been higher. So I assume that's kind of where you would be.
My goal is to get back to the foyer before they did, for sure, and then wait for. I'm not going to be hiding. I'll be waiting in the foyer for a deem.
Oh, I see. Okay, so what I was saying, like, because you would have had to have hidden in the foyer.
Oh, gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the library, hallway, foyer, door. That's it.
I just want to be within earshot. So if that foyer was fine, the foyer was fine. And I'm not trying to hide. Once that door was shut, I'm just in the foyer waiting.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So you could probably drop down as he's coming forward. But I will say this: you said specifically you wanted to be close. You're not necessarily in conversation distance. You wanted to be in distance of hearing if something went wrong.
Correct.
Right. So you did not hear that conversation.
That's right. I know that. I was cool with that.
Cool.
That's not why I was there.
Gotcha. Awesome. Yeah. So I'll say, you drop down and like you just. There's no. Let's see, what's the deem's perception, passive perception? Yeah, it's not crazy high. I think you'd assume that you were just hanging out there. And you guys go and leave and open the door and walk through it back out to the city of Or. And with that, it's a little bit later than normal, but I'm going to say let's go ahead and take our break now.
And just really quick, as we're walking out, I hold out my hand. Is the gem glowing?
No.
So then as I meet up with Flyington, I'm like, he knew you were there. And I'll put the thing in my pouch.
Cool. Love it. And you guys head out from dimly lit to dimly lit. And with that, we'll take our 10-minute break. It is 11:24 now. See you guys back here at 11:34. So, we are back, and you all are outside as you hear the like distant sounds of a very odd sounding waterfall as it is just molten gold just going down. And you guys are making your way back, but making your way back slowly. This is a chance to be able to kind of peruse the various just saw Koreans. There's Brandon's comment. I flirt harder. Yeah, so you guys coming back, and I would say this is the point where we were able to do a little bit of shopping. And what I would say from this, well, I'll kind of let this play out normally. But I'd say any information that you got, most of the information that you got from this, from Valindra in the idea of the concept of ore is that they're an extremely secluded culture, which means that what they would be offering you is somewhat specific, I would say. But I will allow you to kind of give me an idea of what you're looking for, and we'll see if that kind of comes up. So I will say right out of the gate, we know that we're looking for a gold dress for.
Yeah.
So.
If anybody else wants a gold dress, you can come with me, but I'm getting one.
That's right. And everybody wants to wear a gold dress. You can go for it.
They're very lovely.
Man, I just picture it now. Everybody just in a gold dress, just like fucking like killing it.
We're gonna look so good at level 15.
So
I tell you.
I think a team would look good in a gold dress.
Absolutely, I think you all would look good in a
Everybody
gold dress.
That gold and
Everybody.
green together, yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep. Even the Cerberus is wearing a gold dress with 3 holes cut out for the.
Yes.
Only just a little guy.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So I will say, I'll say on the way back is where you actually see a figure of a citizen of Ore that is carrying a gold dress similar to what you saw in court, and is legitimately waving it almost in front of your guys' face, not talking to you, not conversing in any way, just waving it.
Very subtle.
It's very subtle.
Yeah. No, I'll say that to him. You're being very subtle.
Okay. You see they position inward for you to be able to kind of check out their wares. They don't respond to you.
Oh, I need one of those rocks. I don't think I have one.
I'll give her
pass her
mine.
mine. Oh,
Okay.
Either way.
I'll do this. Yeah. You're being very subtle.
Please come in.
All right. And I'll go in.
Cool. You walk in. This shop in particular is something where there is everything is made of gold, obviously, but it is designed more of a borrowing of clothing. And I would actually say of this. Go ahead and roll me an insight check as you walk in here, or perception. Either one, actually, they both would work for this.
Oh, it'll be insight. It was almost really bad. 22.
22. 22 is good. Cool. So here's what I'll say with the 22. You just walked out of Valindra's place. You notice that you only saw what he wore, right? But you see versions of that in gold in only subtle differences in here as being one of the main articles of clothing. And I'll say with the 22, what that tells you is that most likely the only level of understanding any sort of form of commerce most likely actually came from Valindra. Yeah.
With all that fashion from him, that's concerning.
I mean, he didn't look bad, but
No.
yeah.
Well, there's so much more out there. I'd love to try on. There was the gold chainmail.
really tiny, like
Okay.
little bits of chainmail.
Yeah.
You see them take that gown and kind of present it in front of you, and I would say, I would say, like you recognize that if you're going to try it on, they just kind of hand it over to you.
Thank you. Is there a changing room?
Please try on.
Where?
Here.
Do you have a private area? I'm not doing that right here in the middle of the shop.
Okay.
Ah.
Turns to face whoever in the party has made their way in here, and you see them just basically go to shoo you out.
I walk out. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and if you guys oblige, they will also walk out and close the door.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try that.
Cool. I'd say it's a little long for you, as most of these beings are considerably taller. But if it's kind of nicely, I would like an Arcana check.
Arcana. I guess who's not good at that? That's me. 14.
14.
Mhm.
You feel you feel very pretty in it. You feel there's a level of
Very
like,
important.
yeah, there's a level of like untapped, because I think we talked about the idea of like you having some concept of, I mean, you're a performer, right? So you're an actor, so there's some level of like understanding wardrobe and how things like
Mhm.
how the appearance of things. There's a level of like, I think in your perspective, an untapped sort of like concept of like, ooh, chainmail, but very, very, very tiny rings
I like
look
that.
really good.
Much.
Yeah.
I never got the hang of the big chunky armor, but this I could work with.
I feel like this is up to you, but is there a possibility that you pull out your mirror?
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm doing exactly what I do when I go shopping, which is send like I like FaceTime my sister and I'm like, how does this look? What am I doing? So yeah.
Okay.
I think most women do that.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. I just thought it'd be really funny for you to just open it to just be like, oh, there's here's a mirror that I can use, and then it's just your sister on the other side.
I'm doing what Chelsea would do, which is FaceTime my sister.
Fantastic. Love it. She goes, oh wow, that is
Hi. What do you think?
Hello.
Is it my color? Hi. I found this gown. What do you think?
You know what? I think it's not quite your color. I think it would look much better on me. So why don't you bring that on back?
I'll buy 2 of them. No,
Fantastic.
no, we're not going to match. Mom always dressed us as matching, and I'm not doing that anymore.
But I could wear it on days that you're not around. Where are you, by the way?
That's a really long story. I mean,
I love Brandon going.
I'm in a city. I'm not entirely sure where it is. We traveled kind of a long way to get here. Yeah. I'm safe. I'm fine.
Is the maker local? Is there a place that I mean, can I visit this place?
Guess, yeah. No, I don't recommend it. It's a really long trip to get here. Like,
oh,
really
I see.
Long.
I see. No, I get it.
It's just not worth your time. Don't worry about it. I'll find a souvenir for you. Don't worry. But what do you think? I mean, it needs to be taken up a little bit. We got in at the shoulders a little bit, but
definitely.
Not bad, right?
Yeah, it's not bad. There's a certain warrior-esque sort of look of it, but also very, very sleek.
You're rubbing off on me.
Apparently. Well, it's about time. Another reason why maybe you should get 2.
I'll see how much it is.
Okay.
You know, it's I don't know. I don't even know if it's real gold. You know.
As you're showing it off, there's a certain we'll say at a certain point you hear your sister go, "My goodness, you are glowing."
Well, thank you. You know, a good night's rest will do that to
No,
somebody.
no. You're literally glowing.
Huh?
Like yeah. Is there like a light in there that's shining off?
I don't think so. I mean, it's you know, it's a well lit shop. You know, they blast those lights down.
What did you get in your contract?
I forgot. 14.
14. Okay, cool. Were they 14, and including your sister's recognizing of like a subtle glow that is absolutely happening here? You recognize that this thing is indeed magical.
Ooh. I think I am gonna get it. I'll find something for you, but I think I am gonna get it. Thank you for your help.
You're very welcome. Miss you.
Miss you. What have you been doing?
Oh, you know, I feel fully recovered now. I was going to check in with our.
You look great.
Thank you. You know, the sun helps. And I mean, you know, the other one. I gets like super nervous about saying the word moon, I think, right now. Like,
Sure.
yeah, yes. You know, just biding my time, and I was thinking I might reach out to our transformative friend.
I think that
I
might
haven't
be a
heard
good
from them
idea.
in some time.
I was thinking it might be about time to reconnect with them as well. You'll probably get to them before I do that. So, good luck.
We'll see. Give me a
All
souvenir.
right. Will do.
And close it.
Okay, bye.
Okay,
Literally how I
bye.
talk to my sister. Buy me something. Okay, bye.
Cool. In the meantime, you're all standing outside.
I'm just admiring it.
I mean, I think Tishian would start wandering off looking for like an armorer or someone who makes weapons or something of that nature.
Yeah. You see, I think, I don't remember if we said this before, but you also see that there is someone that was holding that was actually holding like a shield in front of their shop, very similar to the gown.
Yep, that's where Tishian's going. I mean, I am going to go look for a shield and maybe something pointy to stab with. If anyone wants to go, you're more than welcome. But just as
I will
a
come.
party.
I will come with.
Oh, awesome.
Although I have shopping to do, I'm gonna wait to make sure that he doesn't get lost in the gold.
Oh, makes sense. Yeah. Grianne, are you going to stick around here or?
I'd love to find something to just make me a little heftier, you know, like a little bit tougher to hit. So I'm just gonna see what the shops have and see what we got.
So you also going to the armor?
I was just looking for maybe something that'll give me like a bonus to my AC or something. If nothing's around, it's cool. But
Yeah, so you're looking to go to the armor.
sure, or if it's like a ring or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Like
Okay.
it doesn't have to be a new armor per se, but yeah.
I don't want to go to the armor. I just want something to make me, you know, better at my armor.
I want better armor, though.
Yeah, love it. Cool. So yeah, I'll say that you go in the same place that Tishian's going. Cool. As this being is standing out in front, is holding this shield and is showing it to you, and you like sincerely, Tishian, at a certain point you're just like, all right, as it is extremely shiny.
Oh wow, that is. Usually I get this thrown at me, but this is obnoxious when people, Oh, good lord! Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to? Okay, Okay, thank you. Tishian looks at it. You do shiny work, friend.
Are you just still holding it like this?
I'm kind of holding it down a little bit so I can still see their face. I imagine they're a little shorter.
Yeah. They're yeah, they're about your height actually. Honestly.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
wait, how tall are you?
6'10".
Oh yeah, no, they're shorter than you. They're about like 6'3".
6'3".
Yeah. You see them kind of like make a motion to like put it on.
To put it, you want me to put this on? Okay. At this point, Tishian's starting to. Do they look like they understand what Tishian's saying at all?
No.
Okay. Tishian's going to start throwing out in different languages, all the languages he knows. So that was said in Orc. He's gonna put he puts the shield on his arm.
Cool. Doesn't wait at all. Fully punches you like as fast as they possibly can.
Oh.
And you feel like you're able to pull back on the blow, and you feel like it kind of block off the blow, and you see them just kind of nod.
Tishian says in Elvish, "Son of a bitch," and that's just sort of like, All right. I mean, and I'm assuming it blocked the blow.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, hey, that's pretty nice. Yeah. All right, cool. Is there any other descriptions about the shield? Is it like anything? I'm imagining like a kite shield or.
Yeah, it is very much actually. That's it is a kite shield for sure. It is. I would say the points are up top for sure, right? So there's kind of like a very like not angular, the opposite of angular, very smooth sort of transition from the bottom where there's a sharp point, and the top where you'd see like kind of like 2 points connecting into that kite shield, or actually probably 3. You see there is ornate markings of like what looks very much like the gilded leaves that you saw in front of Valindra's place.
Mm-hmm.
Like along the side of it, and then in the center, you see just a depiction of a spider.
That's a cool spider you got there. I see that this is from your spider line. Says that Leona. Motions for you to come in. Oh, you got more? Okay, let's go see. Hey, Slagton, I guess we're gonna go see more spider stuff. Let's go see all this arachnid stuff that he has. All right.
Cool. So I'll say just to solidify the Ianthe part. Ianthe, you're still in there. The rest of them are just hanging out. And I feel like it's a long time. I imagine.
Out of character, I'm waiting for them to like knock.
Okay, cool.
Ianthe was
awesome.
like, yeah, she just totally forgot about that part. Like,
oh man. No, they just come in.
Okay.
They just walk in.
Oh, right. Sorry, but I got distracted. It's perfect. Is it possible to have it hemmed a bit? It's a little long, and I don't have heels that high.
You see.
My feeding stone.
Yeah, you see them kind of motion for you to take it off.
Right. Go. Okay. Sorry.
Walks out again.
I'll take less time this time.
Yeah, as eventually you see it is brought in, and you see them like take this like I think I'm trying to think of how they would hem this thing. Honestly, here's what I imagine. I imagine that they take off each ring piece by piece.
All right, I'll come back in 3 days.
yeah. I mean, it's gonna take some time. It'll be done. Like you have it, but it takes like an hour as you're just sitting there, and you'll come back to it. Cool. Yeah. While you're there, is there anything else that you're specifically looking for?
I want to look for like a decorative, either here or maybe at the armor. Like just a decorative. It doesn't have to do anything, but a decorative cup for Daphne, since she wants a souvenir.
Okay. This is Joe asking. A cuff?
Like a bracelet, just a thick bracelet.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, absolutely. I think you see something there that I would say very similar. Gilded leaves kind of coming around.
Ooh, I'll buy 2 of them, 1 for each of us.
Awesome.
Who's hoping? I have enough.
So you go to you go to pay. How do you do this? You obviously have the sending stone, so you can tell me I'm picking this up and just,
I like reach for my pouch automatically and I stop. And I just hold out some gold pieces. Is this enough?
You're holding the stone?
Yeah.
Okay. Trade.
Oh. Gold for gold?
Looks around at the room that is almost entirely encased in gold.
I was just saying, it's really nice gold.
Yeah, but this is surface gold.
Okay, I've got 2 things that I am gonna try.
Okay.
One I don't really want to give up, but I will if I have to. Okay. So I'm gonna pull out. I have like a dance costume, so it's very bright and colorful, and not gold. And say
Okay.
this is what I wear, where I come from.
Touches it in like
a new fashion that you could try to replicate.
new.
Yes. It's all yours.
Deal.
Fantastic.
And they take it and they immediately start to kind of like pull on it and stretch it and like examine it in a way of someone that that clearly has done some work in a very, 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 very specific medium, but understanding how to be able to make clothes out of it is but so it's weird. It's like a trained hand but also a baby, you know what I mean? Like it's that level of like trying to figure out. Yeah.
Be gentle. It tears easily. It's thin. You dance. It's for dancing. So you have to move. Exactly.
Does this while holding it?
Perfect. You look great. So just be gentle with it. It tears very easily.
Tears very easily.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. And we'll say with that, you probably leave the store as you head over to, assumedly, the armorer. Does anyone else want to go anywhere else? And this is not suggesting that there should be other things. It's just opening it up.
My whole intent was just to tag along with Titian.
Okay. Cool.
If I'll throw this out there. Obviously, the shield is the most important thing to my character.
Mm-hmm.
But if there's also a magic item shop, I don't know. Like, if that's an option.
Cool.
I don't know if that's asking too much, but yeah.
What I'm asking for is specifically, what are you looking for?
I just think anything that's sort of cool. I think it's, for my character, it would be more just about like, what does this culture, like, what does this city have? Sort of like going to a toy store. I imagine sort of what he would be like looking at a magic item shop for. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I would say based on what you've seen from the city so far, not a lot is based on the idea of even like any sort of like arming themselves. Besides the Driders and the guards that you've seen with the capes, That is really the only ones that you've seen even armored. I mean, technically they're kind of all in a like carapace like armor sort of thing, but you don't see like you saw one person today walking around in a gold gown. So to put things in perspective, it's kind of like that.
Okay.
And I will say, I am open to whatever, but you have to tell me specifically what it is, and I can tell you yes or no. So like saying like something really cool is the not trying to make fun of you here, but like it's the level of me asking a student like, okay, what, like, is there a song specifically you want to learn? And you said, yeah, something cool.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't tell me anything.
Joe, I just want to learn Smoke on the Water. That's really all I'm asking for here, and I don't understand.
You got it, baby. I got you.
No, I hear you. Honestly, the armor is the only thing. I was just trying to throw something else out there as well. The armor is really the only thing I expect my character to be able to interact with, cool. If that.
Yeah. And I said, yeah, like it's I think at a certain point, maybe like Slagtan like comes up and gives you one of the stones, being like, just talk to them through this. But you could tell like your communication is just not happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think after like donning the shield for a little bit, you kind of feel around of it. And I'll just be honest with you guys, like everything here is gonna have some sort of magical property to it, right? So yeah. You have to trade something for the shield.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do I get a sense of so I guess Tishy now has a rock, so he'll be like, all right, what can you tell me about this spider shield that you gave me here?
Protects.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then like pulls back as if you want a demonstration again.
No, I got. Oh god, that. All right, yeah, no, I got you the first time. Okay. Okay. Sure. How much do you want for it? And I guess Tishian. Well, I won't RP the whole gold thing because I know that it's a trade now. So.
Yeah, it's the same. It just says trade, and yeah.
All right. So I think Tishian will go. Okay, I got Hey, you want to see something really cool?
Something cool?
Oh yeah. Tishian will set the shield on top of it. I'm assuming there's like a counter here or something of that nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Tishian will reach in his back pocket and pull out a deck of playing cards and shuffle them up and like show them to the people like, hey, see all these cards? You see how cool they are? Hey, guess what? Joker's wild. You know what I'm saying?
Joker's wild. Cold cards.
Oh yeah, all the cool, like really nice. These are top of the line. These are,
sentient.
No, they're not. They're not alive. They're more like just for fun and games. They take up time. They let you play with each other and friends.
Play with each other.
Yes. Play. You get to play with each other. You can play poker. You can play, Dead Man's Bluff. You can play 30, blackjack.
Goes to touch one of the cards, but it's like being like very careful with it, as you said, cool, and it surmised cool is cold.
Yeah. Oh no, it's not. It's okay. It's safe.
Cold?
No, it's like it's nice. Cool me. It's nice. It's nice. It's a nice thing. So holding the rock. That's what's in my hand. Yeah, it's fun. Up there, we play with them all the time.
Sure.
Tishian shuffles, shuffles them, and then I think I'm trying to think of like one nerdy thing Titian. I'm trying to decide if Titian is like knows a magic trick. I wish he did, but I don't think he does.
Or just full on play solitaire in front of
yeah.
but
I feel like he just
having a
plays solitaire.
captive audience on solitaire.
Yeah. I think he literally plays blackjack with them. He just deals okay. All right. Now we gotta make 21 points. You're trying to make 21 points.
This is 21. This is like 20 minutes later.
Yeah.
Hit.
Now, you're on. You're on 19, so you don't want to hit right now. Technically, I'm a dealer, and I got a face card. I got 9 showing you.
Day. Stay.
Yes, stay. Absolutely. You want to stay.
Cool. And then I think at one point they say deal, and you're like, oh, okay, and then you just start flipping cards. Deal.
Yeah.
Deal.
Oh, it's a deal. Yeah. Oh, okay. Awesome. Yeah. Titian will pick up the cards, put them back in the box.
Cool.
Them back up.
You see them. You see hand them over, and they fully they fully do exactly what you just did. Like they learned like immediately how to do it. Play.
Yeah. Fun play. Yeah, absolutely. You're awesome. You picked that up like a champion. You're gonna run things here after a while, I'll tell you what.
Champion.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. Thank you for the shield.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave now. With the shield. So,
Leave.
Yeah, I'm going. So bye. Cards. Bye.
Bye.
Titian's just gonna walk out.
Cool. Slyton, you're watching all of this. Nothing.
Just shaking my head the entire time.
Love it.
As we walk out, Titian like leans over to Slyton and he's like, I hope I didn't just steal this shield accidentally. I don't know what the hell we were doing back there.
Yes.
Oh, actually, I will say this, Slyton, because I think you would notice this in the like 30-minute interaction of what took place here. You do see spears that are similar to what you've seen the Driders carrying. Javelins.
Yes. I have nothing to trade.
Nothing is an interesting concept for this.
I would argue that I traded 52 of something. He just threw it on there and sweeten the deal.
Well, I can try. I've got a regular maul.
Okay.
Give me a rock. Titian, give me a rock.
Oh, sure. Yeah, here you go.
Can I trade this, which is a +1 maul, for any of those? For the javelins?
It's like encased in gold, right?
Yeah, it's just like what they have. Yeah.
Yeah. You see. You say they pick it up. You can tell. Well, you can't tell because they're expressionless faces. But like they pick it up, and I think they pick it up with an expectant weight.
Mm-hmm.
And noticeably like kind of, and they don't look confused because they're expressionless. But I will tell you that they're confused. And like is measuring the weight based on their like their whole line. What is it?
Hammer.
Shakes their head.
You hold? I've got no common sense. I'm just gonna take it and smack the ground with it.
Okay. Cool. You smack the ground with it, and you bring it back, and you show that there's no markings
Yeah.
or anything from it, right? And they go, deal.
Or those wrestle? No, just kidding.
Wrestle? Is that what you said? Man, there's a certain level that no matter what you say, they would say yes to because they're not really sure. But yeah. Yeah, they say one.
This big hammer, those little spears.
Long. Short.
Heavy. Light.
Heavy. Heavy.
Heavy.
Light.
Light. Do you want to hear how I lost mine?
Lost?
Yes. When fighting Big Evil Plant, I used all of them and lost them, saving you people.
Oh, no lose.
I didn't hear that last word.
No lose.
No lose. Okay, then I'll do it.
Okay. I will say this, I think, as you try.
Okay. Target.
Tishian kind of holds her shield up a little bit, just out of concern.
Do you hold it up as a target, or do you hold it to hide behind?
A little bit of both, just in case.
A little bit of both. Love it.
In case I'm the only target-shaped thing in this place.
Mm-hmm.
Throw at target or throw at him?
Throw at target or throw at him?
Yes. Do you have target?
Him.
I feel really bad throwing spears at Tishian.
Yeah, I'm game. I'm game if you want to do it.
I will say you're aiming for the shield, so I think there's a
I will hold my shield later. You can throw axe at me, and then I'll chuck a javelin at him. Chuck the javelin at him.
Cool.
Oh, yeah.
There's a weird point that you're kind of in an enclosed space here, but you
Yeah.
throw it. And I'll say it for the sake of brevity, you see it like glance off, like fall to the ground, and then come flying back at you, and you just barely grab it before it like catches you.
It's
right
doing
in the neck.
exactly what I thought it was.
You got it, baby.
Deal.
No lose.
No lose.
Cool. Awesome. Demon Grian.
Yeah, I want to find something to boost my AC. I don't even know how I would look for that, but or what that would.
I don't know how you would either.
Yeah.
So I'll say physically, what are you looking for?
Can you wear
go ahead.
armor, or are you looking for like non-armor solutions?
I was trying to do like non-armored solution because I kind of like what I got, but
There's like there's bracers and things like that.
yeah, like a ring or bracer or something that I could.
Yeah,
That would
the tricky
have
thing is
something that
like obviously as a DM, I recognize what you're doing, right? The tricky thing
Yeah.
is that this culture is completely based around anything it knows about commerce probably learned from Valindra. So which
Yeah,
means that there's no tags on any of these things. There's nothing that is like representing like anything as far as what it does. You have noticed a couple of things being clearly magical in front of you, but you're not really sure what does what. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I as a character, I wouldn't even know how to describe like. As a player,
Right.
I'm like, yeah, I want to boost that, but as a character, I'm like,
Right.
How do you even say that?
Right, and that's unfortunately where I will be putting my foot down on the realism of this scene.
I mean, I guess it'd be looking for something to make me harder to hit, right? That could,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, so I'd love to find like a ring or a bracer or something that would make me harder to hit.
Okay. I'll say you do see a bracer makes sense. So I think you do see that there is a what actually just like at first looks like how I always get this word wrong. So let me cestus. Is that how you say it? It's got to be cestus.
Isn't a cestus a short sword?
No, cestus is like a it's
Oh,
like
like
a
yeah,
like a heavy glove, like an iron glove, basically.
Oh, yeah.
looks like it has like spikes on it too or something.
Yeah, I don't talk about like
It can, yeah, it can. I would say for this, yeah, it's cestus. For this, it does look smooth. It just looks like a smooth, like glove. You see that there is 5 fingers to it. It does look like it would relatively fit your hand. But yeah.
There's a place for 6 stones in it.
Each one is just a diamond worth 300.
That's right.
Yeah, so I guess because I gave my stone to Ianthe and I'm with Titian and Slagtan, so I guess I'll ask for the stone so I could talk to them.
Mhm.
And I'll ask them, what does this do?
You put on show fingers. You put on hand. You put hand in.
Okay. Do you think this would make it harder to hit, like, in fight?
Yes, if hit on hand.
Okay. And I guess having watched them go through it,
You want me to throw
I'll-
something at you?
Hold on one second. I guess, yeah, sure, why not, right? Let's see if...
Okay.
Sure.
I'll just throw a knife at him.
Cool. So a shield and a bracer are 2 very different things here. So I'm gonna need an attack roll with the knife.
Okay.
Does it add anything to it?
You want high.
Eek. 14.
Okay. 14. I will say, yeah, 14 will do it. There's no reason to mess around with that. 14, you throw the knife, and you happen to throw it like a little bit higher than where the cestus was, just like an inch higher, and you see Green kind of duck and bring the cestus up a little bit, and you see a thunk, 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 and it just kind of moves out to the forearm.
Wow.
And just glances off.
Damn.
You see as the knife goes back to the ground, you see it goes back in.
Oh my! I guess I'm having to trade for this. I'll pull out my pan flute that I have. And just be like, music. Music might be a foreign concept to them, so.
Music.
Mm-hmm.
Is Ianthe anywhere around?
I don't know.
Yeah, I would have wanted to find them once I was done.
Okay, cool. I think you probably poke your head in or something, and just it points and goes music.
Yeah, and then he'll, Green will, I guess, put it to his mouth and just start playing something.
Cool. You start just blowing through it. Yep, awesome. You see them kind of take it and then just kind of put it to where you have it, and then just just sit there with it and just move it around like you do.
And just be like, you have to blow air through it. You have to.
And they fully don't understand what you're talking about.
I guess I'll take it back and then I'll kind of do what they were doing, so without air, and then I'll take a deep breath and then blow into it and have so it makes sound.
I will say this. They're not dumb, but they fully don't understand what you're talking about because they don't breathe.
Oh, they don't breathe. Interesting. I mean, that's really the only interesting thing I have to trade for them, unless I'm gonna trick them with my packed weapon and be like, "Here, take this. Look, it does a bunch of stuff," and then like run. But
Right. Well, I mean, dynamically, knowing how a pan flute works, you don't necessarily have to breathe into it if you're fast enough.
I don't know how that works as a person.
I mean, just imagine running very fast and allowing that wind to move through that hole.
Maybe Titian should show him. It would be appropriate.
Is physics it's the
I
same
just,
sort of
like-
concept of wind going through it, right? Yeah.
I just had this mental picture of Grange going, see?
Yeah.
And like just getting like air.
I think you would have to you'd have to spin around. You'd have to go in a certain direction. You know what I mean? For air to be fast enough to be able to go through and actually have that work. But yeah,
I guess I
You
can take it and like spin
you give
really
him a
fast in
slide
a circle,
rest.
but like move my. No, I need that. Unfortunately.
cool. Yeah,
Um,
I'll say you do that eventually, and you recognize that there's sound coming from it. You see them kind of like pull back as if they were shocked, and they take it immediately at that and go deal.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. And then Adim.
So, I thought I wanted one thing, but now I want something else. So, the only thing at first, the only thing I really wanted was like just an earring. Just, I wear earrings and bangles and stuff, and I'm like, classic ship person. I just want a gold ring. Like, I don't need anything other than something to put in my ear. I'm assuming that's not too tough. The thing that I'm really interested in, though, is seeing Slagtan's javelin.
Mm-hmm.
I would love a dagger that comes back to me because I'm always throwing them and having to retrieve them. And I'm a
Okay.
weapons master. So it'd be nice to have like something I can just throw and then it automatically comes back and I can throw it again next round and next round rather than being covered in daggers. So
Yeah, so I can think of one caveat to that would make that a little bit harder, but makes sense.
okay.
So yeah, so I think in some way you explain that to the shopkeeper, like showing the javelin, and I would say like you could easily just like pick up your dagger and be like no lose, like something like that, like something
Right, yeah. And I also have my gemstone that I can just think at them.
Right.
I do have it, and now I can test if it works on the rest of them.
I will say, like, even with the gemstone, what you learn is that this is a normal, like, sort of, granted, like the inner city sort of citizen, but it is a normal citizen. So even with that, their concept of any like spoken language is rudimentary. So that's what you're all picking up. Is that like the queen is very well spoken, but the rest of them are very like are somewhat hard to talk to even with that. But yeah, I mean, there's a million ways for you to be able to do that. So you do that, and you see them pull out this like this small sort of discus that that is that I think in like it looks very similar to the bracelet that Ianthe is carrying around right now, or the two, and it looks like a little thicker. And it just looks like a like almost hockey puck size, but like has a little hole in the middle. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sorry, my team won the Western Conference last night, so.
Oh, nice! Hey, congrats! That's awesome.
I go to championships on Thursday.
Awesome. So yeah, so you see that, and one thing comes to mind, like, ooh, this is a different concept of how to throw, right?
Yeah.
Like you're not, like even if you're doing overhand, yeah, it's odd. Yeah, it's odd. It's kind of strange to it. Also, it doesn't look like there's any blades to it. But I will say, because you are a demon, I think you're able to kind of see. You do see tiny little slots. I know you've probably watched everything that's happened with everybody. And
Right. So like, okay, I look for a place on a wall where nobody is. I want to throw it at somebody.
Throw
Sure.
it, Glenn.
No, it's okay. Actually, I guess no. I don't know what this does. I'll just like find a spot on the wall where I can just aim for like that outcropping or something.
Cool.
And just huck it to see how it goes. See if I
Cool.
can hit.
Yeah, you throw it, and it's very similar to your dagger. As it moves, it splices out and catches onto the wall. You see just cylindrical blades that actually have a slight curvature to help with the movement of that, and it just right into the wall. And actually, it wouldn't make that sound because it's actually so like strong and heavy to it that it doesn't actually move in and of itself. It's just, I guess it might do it to. Anyways, all right. Now my brain just went to a different area. Sticks to the wall, but the blades are out. So I want to know from a character perspective, Adim, do you try to call it back while the blades are out? I feel like you probably wouldn't. I feel like Adim would be like, if I try to like signal this thing to come back to me.
I'm gonna wait to see if the blades just detach.
Yeah, cool.
And if they don't, then I try to will them to detach.
Cool. You're pretty much there. I'd like to put like a physical sort of attribute to it, because I think you could have a lot of fun with this. The shopkeeper, who, and we never really described their hands. Their hands are probably more like mittens, like as far as the idea of like how things work, right? They have an opposable thumb because they need that, but there's no reason for them to use their other fingers, or to have other fingers, so they're not going to need that. So they go like this to you.
I'll snap. I try to snap.
You snap and you see the blades pull in and fall to the floor.
Okay. So if I snap and I see it fall to the floor, I'll walk over and pick it up.
Cool. As you walk over to it, there is a level now that when you're and actually I'll say this. No, because I think it would be more convenient to you, and the idea that I'll just tell you this. You can will it back to you.
I'll also try that next. I'll go throw it and then snap and will it to fly back.
You got it. Yep, absolutely. But I will say as an added sort of measure of fun, you can just snap and they'll open.
Now, I also asked this. This is just, sure. I'm curious about this. And I asked Titian if I can borrow his shield.
Oh,
well, actually, no, I don't.
You can borrow it. It's fine.
No, I don't want to break it.
You owe me a deck of cards if you lose a deck of cards.
I want to find something that is a blockade between me and it.
Yeah.
Because here's what I'm thinking: if I'm ever in trouble,
yeah, and
I throw it, and I will it back to me, and there's somebody between me and the object, will it hit the person?
Yes.
That's what I want to figure out.
Yep. So I'll say you can like close the door and then like will it back to you, and it'll
and
stick
just
into the door.
in the door. Yeah, that's what. This is interesting. Yes. I guess I don't need the earring as much anymore. I was just hoping for an earring at first until I saw the javelin. And they want to trade. I don't have a lot. That's the problem. Dean has almost nothing. I don't suppose they want the golden. Because I mean, if this is always going to come back to me, I don't need as many throwing weapons as I've had all this time. Are they interested in the hand axes?
So the hand axes are similar to the concept of the maul, right? Because the idea that they're basically like gold plated. They haven't like changed into gold. They have a gold plating to them that's added their +1 in a magical sort of way. I would say, just to be difficult though, I would say they already got a piece that is just like that.
That's fine. So then going to other things that they might be interested in. I'm going to go through a couple of things that might interest them. Have they seen a tinderbox?
Absolutely not. Okay,
so I'll open it up and start and set something small on fire. God help us all.
This is where you learn. This is where you learn the entire room is covered in sulfur, like everywhere. Like it's just.
Just call me Prometheus. Does that intrigue them at all?
Yes, I think not in the way that like. I would say like it's a good assumption that they've seen fire before, but the idea of it coming from this small device is very cool.
Okay, then if they would like the tinderbox, I mean, I say is fair trade.
Deal.
Deal, and I hand it to them, and I'll buy another tinder box next time we're in town. That's
You
not
got
that
it.
hard.
I think it's funny for probably for a Deem a little bit, but definitely for Slagtan. There's probably a feeling of familiarity to this,
I was
right?
thinking the same thing, like when I first saw, like what you can do in the air and stuff, and yeah.
Right. There's like there's a concept of like cultural understanding of worth and it being very different based on where you're from. And that being okay. I feel like there's a level of like there's a level of feeling like you're getting away with something, but I really don't think you are because you're giving them something that they haven't had before and a joy of that too. So to a as I've said before, a very utilitarian culture. So, I mean, you like literally agree and just gave them the gift of music. You haven't seen a single musical instrument here.
Tishian gave him the gift of gambling.
That's right.
Yeah.
She gave him the gift of gambling. Literally, of all games, showed the blackjack. That's so good.
We're gonna come back and it's just gonna be like Vegas underground.
Yeah.
Giant casinos.
Old city of lights, the city that never sleeps.
That's right.
Yeah.
This also does remind me of one other thing, though. Based on a conversation we had earlier, I'm going to look at Tishian. I'm going to kind of look at him up and down and go, you might want to get shot.
Oh, is this not fitting? And Tishian tries to pull it over his belly button. Is this not fitting as good as it should?
I can see where dwarfs stab you.
Oh, yeah, that's... thought that was more healed than it is. I guess that's going to make another scar. All right. I reckon I can go get a shirt if they have my size.
They have some big people here.
I mean, they do got some big boys. Yeah. All right. I hope the store Anthe was in has a big and tall section because I'm gonna go test out that tall section.
Passion advice from the barbarian. Yep.
Love it. What Joe's confused on the concept of why he needs a shirt.
Because basically all he had was the undershirt from his armor.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it can just literally be like RP wise, just a shirt. Like I think Tishian would go in and just try to find a. I mean, depending on what they had. Oh. Yeah.
How long do you think you guys have been here? Probably an hour.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Cool.
Been throwing stuff at each other.
Tishian comes out, and feel free to tell me I'm wrong, Matt, but Tishian
Sure.
comes out with a sewn version of Ianthe's performer clothes thing, now made into a shirt. So it was a dress, now it's a shirt.
Sure. I like what did that look like before with Ianthe?
Little chainmail.
No. It was the dance costume that I gave them.
Oh.
It was very, very brightly colored, probably like some jewel tones, like pinks and purples. I didn't like design it in my head. I just made it up. It was definitely like a very light kind of silk material, so she could move around in it. So I feel like he's wearing almost like a Fabio shirt.
Yeah.
It's just very like silk and billowy.
I think the sleeves
But it's
come
pink.
up a little bit short on the arms,
Mhm.
but they're pink, billowy, a little bit of a little thing right there.
I feel
Oh, it
like
does-
there
it
has to
does
be
have
like
the
a
puffy
puffiness
sleeves.
from the collar. Yeah. There's got to be a puffiness from the collar coming down.
Yeah.
That was probably like the swooping neck or whatever they call it. But like now it's up here. Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, that's exactly.
Great.
Tishian just walks out like a chest held high.
Can you believe they had this? Like,
It was my hey y'all.
One of a
I'm not
kind.
gonna lie to you. It's my exact style. It is my 100% my style. Can you believe it?
Surprised you didn't make everybody get matching ones.
that's amazing.
Let's
I will
not
say
humor that.
you have to trade something for it.
Oh, sure. I trade the hand axe for the shirt. No.
The hand axe is gold plated. I mean, that technically would work because you're in a different shop now, but they're also not an
Yeah.
armorer too.
No, I will trade. I'll tell you what I'll trade is I will trade technically no, because I would say I'm still wearing that. I have traveler's clothes, but I imagine that's kind of what I was wearing anyways.
Wait, can I try something for you, Tishian? Just because it's a gift for you.
Oh, sure, sure.
I'm pulling out a hunting trap.
Okay.
Oh,
Describe to me what it looks like.
It's like a bear trap.
Love it.
I'll take
That's
it, I'll
awesome.
pop it open, and I'm going to try to find something just to chuck at it so it goes.
Cool. Awesome.
So you can see
Yeah,
it
I
work.
think you initially like see them reach in like to like check it out, and yeah,
oh.
Yeah. as everybody has to roll initiative now. No.
I told you we were starting a war.
Thank you, Slagden. That was awful kind of you. Thank you.
You look nice.
Oh, well, I appreciate that, buddy.
You as you guys exit the shop and you're walking down the street, you hear a definite sort of like cling sort of sound, and you just think in your head, man, I hope there was someone not in there. And you guys come back. I'll put it this way, because obviously we're finishing up. So is there anything specific that we want to do the night before? Because I just want to set up the scene to kind of end it of the next day, which would be the day that you.
There's
get
like a
through.
conversation I want to have, but I think it's too late to have it tonight.
Okay. Just for reference on that,
What
who
do
did
we
you-
as a party want to do with the rod?
Oh, that's totally fine. We can backpedal that next session.
Yes.
As far as like having that, yeah.
Can I say that while watching my stone to make sure that it's not glowing, I want to inform the party of the conversation I had with Valindra?
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're all in the know. I want to be like, hey, he wants me to keep him informed about what's going on with everything, just so y'all know. Yeah, blah. So that way they all know.
Cool.
I would also update everybody on what I found out about the 3 keys to release these primordials, and how the rod is one of those keys, very likely. But we don't know much about the other 2.
Now, the primordials she's talking about, or the primordials you're talking about, sorry, Ianthe, I'll actually speak to you directly. Because I speak a language called primordial.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the same thing? Or is it just the word used differently?
I would say no. I would say it's the same. Like primordials would speak in primordial,
But other things speak primordial too.
Right. The concept though, and I think we might have established this when you guys were running away in Hassamal and had that cave sort of thing, because I think you like could read primordial too. So the trouble is that the dialect was different. So you could understand some things, but like if we're talking ancient primordials, it's just a different dialect. Like
so
it's
the difference of going to India and talking to people versus reading ancient Sanskrit.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I would say it's close. I would say it's probably closer to like not. It's closer to like the difference between like Central America Spanish to Spain Spanish. Like it's
Okay.
very close. There's just some things that don't quite translate
Got it.
the same.
Okay.
Cool. So what we'll do is, as far as to kind of like end this sort of session, we see our party kind of walking off in the distance, benefiting from Orr's seemingly good nature, or at least interest in wanting to show a level of commerce, and we kind of like lift off from that space up to the ceiling of our sort of like pocket in the cave, and we come back down to a scene where you are all standing in front of the Queen Zareneth in a very familiar room, where there is guards that are posted every 5 feet around in the cylindrical room, and as we see the rod starts to descend down, by itself, and that's where we will end tonight's session.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool, gang. Yeah, thank you guys for sticking around a little later on this. I just felt like, what's funny is that like I really wanted to give you guys a shopping session, but trying to solidify the concept of like how you could have a shopping session with a group of people that have never really understood commerce at all. I believe we like discussed that weeks before, and in my head, Valindra was going to show up if you specifically sought out something, like basically based on a dice roll. But then recognizing like, okay, you guys want to do that, how would we make that happen? That was how I was like, okay, cool, then I will just introduce Valindra and then this will make sense. But yeah,
I think it worked out great. I think it was fun through thinking through what do we have in our inventory that will actually be tradable that we can do away with.
Which is fun because I have no money anyways.
Yeah.
Same.
I mean, honestly, you guys have many things of significant value, though. I will say.
But I have no money.
Right. Yeah. Which I like, not to get too like up there, but like I never wanted, because the like Friday's group doesn't have a lot of money, and Wednesday's group, even being in South Imea where money is much more like much more of a form of exchange on things. I would say Wednesday's group would arguably not have a ton of money even in their 2 years sort of thing, because I wanted the concept to be based on the idea, especially in North Imea, of trade being kind of the king. Hasamal, Eriskar, Azumare, even Celeste, definitely Dare's Wharf. Like most of the major cities do have currency that they trade with, but they would also trade in items too. So that was the kind of the idea of what I wanted to kind of express there.
That's cool.
But yeah. So a little peek behind the curtain. I'm not going to say that there's not more involved with Valindra, because I want to kind of leave that open-ended.
But we know there is.
They're obvious, yeah.
There definitely is.
Weird
but
dude.
It was Valindra is my concept of Volo, like in this world. If you guys are familiar with who Volo is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who Volo is.
In like Forgotten Realms and I think like a couple other like sort of like concepts of D&D openly. Volo is like a... Go ahead.
There's Volo's Guide to Monsters is one of the source books.
Right.
So kind of
Volo,
like a very knowledgeable magical person.
Yeah, he's actually like in if you ever like so like the Baldur's Gate game has a version of him, but he's also in a lot of like if you play any like source book material even without like Volo, so Waterdeep Dragon Heist has Volo in it. And Volo is designed as someone who is like, yeah, I'm an adventurer who is just retaining information for books to sell, to make money, to have a business, and to pursue information for the sake of information, which is a noble thing. But they always made Volo to be really silly. Like every time Volo's in a source book, you have to save him. Like that's the concept of it. And I was like, I like that idea, but I would like a much darker version of that, and that's where Valindra kind of became a thing.
I like that. I like that explanation for him.
Yeah. It's not just that. Like he's not just a... I would say he. I don't want to say too much, but I will say that like some of the creepiness would be attributed to the idea that he's just a drow who grew up drow and like understands the cultures of other things, but like deep down inside is still a drow. So that's my thought process on Valindra. And that's all I'll say to that. Don't make me say anymore.
But there's that one more thing you want to say. No, I'm kidding.
There's always the one more thing I want to say, but don't make me say it. Don't make me sing. Cool. Any other questions or things before we do kudos? Like I said, I know it's later, so if we need to jump right into kudos, we certainly can.
For these items, are there specific names we should be searching to add them to our inventory, or
No. This is a homebrew
No.
world, all right, with homebrew items of things that come up out of my noggin or the grand computer that's in front of me. I will say, if you don't mind, just post, either. I'd say honestly, it's gonna be a lot easier if you guys just direct message me what you got, and I'll make sure I have a item description for you guys next time on that.
cool?
So, but yeah, I'm excited to kind of add these things. I am always. I mean, I don't know how other DMs work, how all other DMs work, but I'm always someone that is very much like I will continuously give you magic items in place of money most of the time.
Yeah.
So
That's
I
all
think
everybody's
that's more
trying to do with the
interesting.
money.
What am I gonna?
Right.
Yeah. What am I gonna do with the money? I'm gonna buy magic items.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Until you buy your party house.
right. Cool. Well, awesome. Okay. Yeah, I think so. I'm interested in what you guys, if I may, just for a second. I'm interested in what you guys think is, if anything, is happening as far as like the city of or Valindra himself. Like, is there any sort of what's the word? Predictions that you guys have on that? That's cool if the answer is no.
I kind of
have
feel like we're
anything.
gonna
Yeah,
get.
I'll probably come up with something.
I kind of feel like we're gonna get like a caste system uprising at some point, but
That's a fair assumption. Yeah, I mean, based on what I said with the with the translation of the city of Or, yeah, he doesn't hold any kinship to these people. He doesn't really consider them to be drow.
I am feeling some sort of like, I guess, sort of similar to Brandon, like some sort of resistance is brewing there, or maybe, I mean, maybe necessarily like at least some sort of thing with Valindra and the other people in Or, but I feel like Valindra's probably got associations outside in the world. Some sort of, I'm thinking about like the D&D, like what are they called? The Grinners, all those sorts of like groups, right? In the D&D world. I have a feeling he may be tied to some of them. I don't think he's I just don't think he's a part of the Roar. I don't think he's a part of like any other big empire. I think he's someone that's a little more subversive, and that's how he's moving around. That sort of was my read on the situation.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess one thing I'm interested particularly in is, as I may or may not have mentioned from the beginning of this session, but you probably heard me say it a couple times. I personally as a DM really love blurring the lines between the idea of like what's a good person and what's a bad person. And there should be some concern with Nethra and the people like Nethra.
it's like something that happened. I think the last session, with the Deem, I think it was, and like the way that they interacted with him, that was kind of just like, this is odd. And then I think at one point I put in the chat, I was like, are we going to get an uprising or revolution?
Deem is very uncomfortable with the entire situation, knowing very little about Drow, but there's what Jack thinks and there's what Adim thinks, and Adim is looking forward to leaving. Just because he's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
There's no more Adim has really putting together, but he feels like there's something wrong going on several levels, but he's not smart enough to put his finger on it. Thus far, he's done them a service, so he feels like he'll be allowed to leave. He's looking forward to that.
Yeah.
because the service was not something evil. He put something out that was evil. So he's not even feeling bad about that, but he's just like, I'm uncomfortable here. I do not want to be here. I'm going to be respectful and kind and play the game, but I just want to leave.
So the only thing I could really say to that is that, like, and this is being totally truthful, as you guys are pretty much kind of on your way out of exiting this place, at least for now, right? Is I made um it's a weird way to put it, but I made Zaraneth as a mini. I made the Driders as a mini. I made the guards as a mini. So that should tell you something, that like basically there was a lot of dice rolls on how things were taken in you guys, in your initial sort of reaction with them and your continued sort of reaction with them. I actually told my wife, I was like, yeah, I made all of these in the idea that there was a very good possibility that it went a different way. So I will say I like this way. I don't know if I would like this way better, but I really like how this goes too.
Well, I think it's interesting because at least with this, if we're not fighting them and it's not like, death blows, they can come back. If we killed them and escaped, it would have just destroyed it, but now it can kind of like progress. So that, to me, that's more interesting as a player.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, absolutely.
Can I ask this question? Did we get any information about Nethra being like transformed into their current state? We learned that they had like a P on their face, right? But did we get any information?
I would say I don't think technically the description included a P on them. But the only thing that you did get was an example of a past world that has been conquered, and then an illustration of a very similar Nethra like being. To a T, by the way. Like, so to kind of answer your question, it wasn't like a version that looked like a primitive version of Nethra. It looked pretty much just like Nethra.
My brain was starting to piece together because we still have those creatures we attacked at the city gate that were transformed. And that magic and that group is still out there, and I was wondering if that was something to do with Nethra, but it doesn't sound like it. So
I'll neither confirm nor deny.
We should have asked Valindra about those guys. Anyways.
Yeah, you could have straight up, actually. And I would have given you a straight answer.
We could have asked about them. We could have asked about the knoll. We could have asked about creepy cemetery guy. We could have asked a few questions.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't know. I will say this: he certainly doesn't know everything. And the fact that, like, even if he did, I would obviously have you roll based on, because obviously we don't want to give away everything on the ending. You guys got a massive lore dump with the concept of like legitimately the history that you're fighting against. So yeah, not to say that you guys are gonna, because there's a couple tricks still left, but still left. We're nowhere near the end. But yeah, cool. Well, all right, gang. Well, let's do. Oh man, yeah, we're going later. I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and do our kudos and things that we're excited about moving forward, and then we'll call it a night. And just a reminder, we are not here next week, but the following week we will be back, and assumedly we will have our new party member. So Fidget, if you're watching, hi, and we're very excited to have you. So let's go ahead and do those kudos. We'll start with Jack.
Kudos. I'm tied between two, so eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Ianthe wins. So kudos to Ianthe for the whole dress shop scene. I thoroughly enjoyed that. So I don't want to say two of them because it might take somebody else's, but one of you is very close to another one. But no, I really much enjoyed Ianthe's, know where to change. It was fun. And Are we doing one looking forward to, or are we belaying that for the lateness? Okay,
Oh,
what
go
am I
ahead,
looking
go
forward
ahead.
to? Leaving this city. Adim is looking forward to not being underground without water. I really wish I found a map of the waterways under here. But beyond that, he's just looking forward to not being underwater. He wants to be not underwater. Excuse me, underground. He just wants to be somewhere. It was a new experience, but he's over it.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And I will say, like today was also a very much like for lack of a better word, like an opportunity day of like going like whatever you guys want to figure out. Here's a time to be able to do so. Here's a time to be able to kind of gain something. The story itself is moving forward on a pure information and gaining more power, and that's it. So yes, as a DM, I am also very excited for you guys to leave. So, but also not. I think we're having a lot of fun in here too. So, yeah, cool. Brandon.
I'm gonna give my kudos to Jack because like knowing the information that we know, and then just to like turn around and be like, but Adim doesn't know that, so he's just gonna leave the book on the table. Like Jack being very much like spiteful, and then Adim just being like, someone will close this, and like walking off. I thought it was a really great way to play the knowledge versus in-world reality. And then yeah, things I'm looking forward to. I'm actually looking forward to seeing how the rod plays out. Because I know that we have a couple different ideas for it, or at least they have a couple different ideas for it. I'm just along for the ride. But yeah, so
Yeah, I especially just to piggyback on that, I especially liked when because I saw the immersion 100% there, where Jack was like, I'm going to just let the page open. Or let the book open to that. That was a very cool move. I would have given you the answer no matter what, but having that made that immersion feel so much more real. So I really love that. Cool, awesome. Chelsea.
I'm gonna give my shout out to Chris, because man, I just enjoy the heck out of Slag Tand, but I really liked his conversation with Valindra, and how kind of dense he was acting, or I don't know if he was really acting or not, but it was great. It was, yeah, two, I think, very stubborn beings that are like, yeah, butting heads was great.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm turning into a pumpkin. I am looking forward to. I'm very intrigued by the idea, and I might be reading too much into it. I'm not totally sure, but I'm very intrigued by the idea of these 3 keys and the rod being one of them. And it could be, I'm reading a book series right now, and that's like one of the main plot lines is there are these 3 keys hidden throughout the world, and if you get all 3 keys, you can release this like unspeakable evil. So that's like the main plot line of the book series. So I'm like, oh, interesting.
Turns out we're reading the same book, and I just
Who
stole
needs
it and ripped it
that
off.
thing saying?
It's not an obscure book series. It's pretty popular. So I'm very interested in that and seeing, picking at that thread a little bit.
you know, Chelsea, what if it's not 3 actual keys? What if the rod is like the rod part of the key, then you get like the end of it, like the 2
It
ends
could
of
be,
it?
well, they might not be literal keys, because
Right, like
in this book series, it's like they're like crystals, and they're referred to as keys, but they're not like literal keys.
Well, they're not like crystals. I mean, no, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
In the book.
Nice.
but like what if
I
it makes
legit-
it like a bigger part, you know what I mean? And that the rod's just like
I
one
do
piece.
like that. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm gonna pick at that thread. I'm into it.
So small thing. I know we're going late, but like Thursday group who is consisting of like mostly 19 to 20-year-olds, and they're sometimes the devil, and it's like sort of like a pirate sort of campaign on the idea around them, and I gave them one that is a compass, but the compass doesn't point to like which area is north. It points to what they seem to desire the most. And one of them
So Pirates of the
doesn't have
Caribbean.
doesn't have glasses, but might as well go like, that's Pirates of the Caribbean. And I was like, you know, they stole that idea too, right? Like, there's a like, this isn't like, this is myth. These are stories that are told over and over and over and over again. So yeah, I was like, because I legitimately didn't even think of that, you know.
No,
So
Johnny Depp did it
It's
first.
a good concept.
it's a great concept. It's a
In my game, too many times I'm like, so blah. They're like, oh, from this book. I'm like, I didn't read that book, so
right. I
but
don't
yeah.
know what you're talking about, but yes.
Yeah. So, but it's a mythological concept, and I'm
Right.
sorry.
Right. It's amazing how myths are the same stories told over and over and over again, and we love them. Like, yeah, that's what it is. So sorry, not to take away from that tangent, but yeah, cool. Chris.
Shout outs to Matt for one line and one line only. He stabbed me. And
Oh, it was so good. It was so
Yeah.
good.
classic. Absolutely classic.
Oh yeah, he stabbed me.
Oh, can you get some detail? Yeah, he stabbed me. Yeah,
Oh
that's
my gosh, that's so good.
And I'm pretty sure he didn't even stab me. I'm pretty sure I fell off a ladder and got impaled.
yeah,
by
you did.
something.
I remember now that you mentioned it. Yeah.
Whatever. It's funnier. It's funnier the other way. I there was something where I said to Fidget, like, just for the record, like, everybody, like, I think Grian has the highest intelligence out of everybody, and even then I think it's only a +2 maybe. And I was like character
Plus one.
intelligence +1. Okay, yeah. So character intelligence is pretty low. So if you're interested in doing that sort of character, and then they're like, no, I'm gonna do
Nobody wants to
she
play
is
that
most
guy.
likely a cleric, by the way. So, which is also
Oh yeah,
something
I've
that
been
you guys
creeping on
definitely
the campaign to see. I was like
Yeah.
looking for, all right, who don't I recognize?
yeah
Cleric.
yeah
Yes.
yeah very excited for that as well.
It'll fit in
Yeah, I thought I
well.
saw her rolling some stuff, and I was like, oh.
Yeah. Cool. And last but not least, Matt.
Did Chris get to say what he's looking forward to next?
Did I miss something? I'm sorry.
Oh well, it would be. It's like it's not just leaving, but it's
Stabbing tissue.
leaving with the puppy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta talk about that too. So
Yeah.
We're gonna have to have
there's
like wherever we're at. Let's just make a bonfire and settle in because we're gonna have some chats. I think.
Yeah. Well, I have
may
a
not
tinder
be
box.
leaving
Even
next
though
meeting. We may not get that far.
I still have a
would,
tinder box.
like,
To make a bonfire.
there you go. I think there's like, I was trying to figure out how to play this into like trying to be careful with how much NPC interaction there is. I'll tell you this just straight up. Zaraneth really wants that Cerberus.
I bet she does.
So just FYI.
Cool.
Because it would be very
She was
useful to
close
them.
to her.
And you already have the mini made, so it's like, why, you know?
Oh, as a DM, I want you guys to have it. I'm saying, like, playing the NPC, I know that's
No, I'm
something
kidding.
that, so we'll see.
I'm kidding.
We'll see if it comes to a head. It might not. It legitimately might not. I don't know.
Yeah.
You guys did kind of save their lives.
Yeah.
Cool. And I'm sorry, Matt, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. I will give my kudos tonight to Brandon. That was I feel like getting to see Grianne like actually interact a bit more with like Valindra. You know, those like quips that you were throwing out there. Like I feel like you're right. Like we've only seen Grianne like really interact with the party in like really like traumatic and task focused moments, but like this was such a good RP episode, I think, for Grianne, so I really appreciate that.
thanks.
And then yeah, I'm looking forward to going topside, but I'm looking forward to seeing what's up with this encampment of Leonin and whether or not we sneak past them. Of course, as player Matt, Titian has no idea. But yeah, just sort of seeing what comes of that. I'm picturing us like having to tape the rod to ourselves and like threatening to like detonate it if they don't let us go or something. Like it's dynamite. But yeah, I think I'm really interested and see how that pans out for sure. But
Yeah.
yeah.
And I don't think it's meta to be thinking about that. Like the whole reason why I gave you that sort of realm is to be able to recognize as players, like, ooh, that's something we're going to have to remember to be ready for, to be surprised as characters for, but being able to make a decision that would make sense on a player format, right? If you guys wanted to choose that. I mean, you guys have played into your characters to a fault on a lot of places. So if you guys want to go that route, like, please feel free. Like I'm not going to make any realm impossible.
Well, and part of it feels, I mean, I might be mistaken here, but I feel like unless we have a scout that comes back and says, "Hey, there's a ton of lions out there," we don't know, and because we're going to be probably escorted or at least strongly led to a specific exit place, like we might not know until that very moment. Like like you told us about an exit tonight, but we'd have to sneak through that or get special access through Valindra. But we wouldn't know that we need to take that versus the main entrance that has Leonin in it, So,
yeah. Trying to decide if I want to tell you this too.
You can hold it for next session.
I'll hold it for next session.
2 whole weeks.
Yeah, 2 whole weeks, gang. But that's okay. That'll give plenty of time to be able to kind of fully be able to invest the new character in and be able to kind of give a good idea of the plan going out. Also, feel free, obviously, in the meantime, to chat about ideas as far as surrounding the rod, what you guys want to do with it. So, and you guys know that. So
I think it might be nice for everyone. Like, I don't know. I'll try to put my thoughts on the chat at some point. But
yeah, go ahead and do that. You guys can fully chat with each other outside of the week, just so you know. Fridays is just ongoing 24/7. So
I don't doubt that.
Yeah. They're already planning a meetup in person. So
wow,
get to it, guys.
That's
For
gonna
next
be
year.
that's a plane fare.
Yeah.
Where did you say your championship was, Jack? Or
so the first 2 games, it's games, 2 games, 3 games, 2. 2 are here in Palm Springs area. The next 3 are in Hershey, Pennsylvania, and then if needed, 2 more games in Palm Springs.
So there,
I
we
hear
got 3
Hershey
options
is
for
great
meetups.
this time of year.
So.
Well, me and my friends who have season tickets have already agreed that if it's possible that we would win the championship while they're in Hershey, we're off school this Friday, and the 2 home games are Thursday and Saturday. So if it turns out we could win the game while we're in Hershey, I will be on the East Coast. Like we're teachers on break at that point. We're like, let's get a cheap Motel 6. Let's go to Hershey. Let's get some tickets. Let's wear our Firebirds gear. Let's make an ass of ourselves in the stands. Let's go.
There you go.
That's awesome. I would say that's what that
Firebird
t-shirt
shirt right here. They're very LGBTQ positive, and I'm wearing their.
We like that.
I love that.
That's awesome. I was like, man, Pontiac still making signs? That's crazy. All right, gang. Well, I hope you guys remember and understand and know and believe that I love you all very, very much. I hope you all have an amazing rest of your week and next week, as we are having to wait another week. But once we get back here, we'll be able to figure out what we do with Titian's old family up there. So see you guys. Have a good night.
Night.
Night, guys.
Bye.
Bye.